national tour shortly through the Prophecy Club, and it'll be in, I forgot if you said about 12 states or 10 states or whatever, it's all over the country anyway, as part of the Prophecy Club. And so this is kind of like a dress rehearsal for him. He's coming without any strings attached. Our foundation, our Watchman Foundation, is sponsoring this meeting, so there's no cost to you folks. But we will be taking a love offering for Fritz at the break. We're planning a break at 3:50. We'll have a 10-minute break, and then the last hour from 4 to 5. We hope to have some time for questions afterwards. And I'm sure after Fritz gets through, he's going to delve in a lot of areas that you won't hear people talking about in, quote, polite radio contexts and maybe even books. But Fritz digs it out and says it the way it is. So would you join me in welcoming Fritz Springmeier?
Thanks. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Jerry. For those of you who haven't met Jerry before, he's a great guy, and I encourage you to get to know him better. Before I start my talk, I wanted to say a few things. First, it's a real privilege to be here with you. And then next, I want to tell you that it's very important for you to feel part of what I've got to say today, because what I've got to say today will affect your life and your kids' lives and future generations' lives, if there are future generations. Also, I need to give you a warning before I give my talk. This is not going to be politically correct. But as a Christian in a country where it is politically correct for 330 congressmen over a period of 3 years to write 20,000 bad checks, and as a Christian in a nation where a high school in Florida tries to teach their high schoolers abstinence in sex if they're unmarried, and then gets sued by people like Planned Parenthood, while on the other side of the country there's a school district in LA that realizes there just might be a connection between all the free condoms they're passing out in their sex education classes and a high rate of teenage pregnancy. So what do? The politically correct thing, they teach a class in creative masturbation to their high schoolers. In a nation like this, as a Christian, I enjoy being politically correct, just a notch below catching AIDS. I need to give you one other warning, and that is, you need to find someone on break, probably, who you can talk with tomorrow. When I gave this talk one time before, the people, when I finished giving the talk, felt fine. And then as things sunk in the next morning, they were devastated. And they said, Fritz, you've got to tell your people to ahead of time that they need people to be a support person. So network with each other and trade phone numbers, because I won't be there tomorrow for you. And there's going to be a lot of devastating things said today. Now, we may have to dim the lights if we're going to pick up the colored pictures. And I'm concerned that some of these, we're not even picking up all of the...
You can move it closer, Fritz, if you want.
Let's, yeah, we'd better. Otherwise, you're just going to miss out on too much.
One left pointer helps out another.
Yeah. Okay. Now let's see. Are we close enough to pick it all up?
Probably. Seeing whether it's focused.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Wasn't a very good picture anyway.
That's true. It's a transparency made off of a photocopy. Hey, mister, what are your 4 answers? Yes, sir. No, sir. No excuse, sir. And, sir, I do not understand. Those are the 4 answers that I was allowed to give at West Point. I entered West Point July 3rd, 1973. And the first 2 months there are called beast barracks. They break you down and they build you into the soldier that they want you to be. And I thought that this tearing down process was discipline when I was there. But the first 2 weeks that I was there, I ate in total same amount of food as what you would eat in a normal meal, and slept very little and did a lot of push-ups and running. Between my first and my second year at West Point, I went over to the Holy Lands, and it was right after the Yom Kippur War. And if there was ever a fantastic military victory, it was the Yom Kippur War. But I immediately saw that they hadn't won anything. They'd won this great military victory, but they hadn't gained anything from it. And the lunacy of fighting wars for our establishment politicians was very clear. And I did a double take on what I wanted to do with my life, because I realized that there was almost an endless number of young men that our country or our politicians, our world order, could have to use as cannon fodder, but that there were very few men who are willing to give their lives totally over to the Lord and to serve in the Lord's army. So I decided to take the one thing that I had learned at West Point, which was indicated by the 4 answers I gave you. If you were given an order, for instance myself, when I was given an order, I only thought in terms of, how do I get this done? I didn't question the order. I didn't ask, should I do this? And if you didn't get the job done, you were given the answer, no excuse, sir. So you learned responsibility and obedience. And I took that one valuable lesson that I had learned at West Point and decided to apply it to my life. So when I resigned in my second year, I was determined to do the Lord's will, no matter how silly that was, no matter what it was that the Lord wanted me to do, I was going to follow through and do it with the same determination that I had followed out orders at West Point. Now, if we start to look for God, where do we begin? In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. In the beginning was a symbol, and the symbol was with God, and the symbol was God. We use symbols to design, to communicate, to observe our world. The symbols that we use are what elevate us above animals. They allow us to design things. For instance, this is just a sample that I thought was interesting. I had a friend who had been in the Illuminati, and he was murdered this year. But off of the top of his head, he, from his photographic memory, he said that the tetragrammaton equaled this formula for DNA. And I'm not saying that it does or doesn't. I thought it was an interesting use of symbols, because God has allowed himself to be represented by a symbol, a set of symbols, the tetragrammaton. And also Christ said, I am the Alpha, the beginning symbol, and I am the Omega, the ending symbol. Symbols are very important. In fact, from what I have discovered in Satan's bag of tricks, if he just uses the one tool alone of manipulation of symbols, he has enough power to control our lives. So we're going to deal with symbols. So now we're looking for God, which is a term, the symbols represented by God. And as we begin our search for God, our first choice here, if we decide that there are no gods, then we have placed ourselves in the position of atheists or secularists, and some of the Buddhists. But if we decide that there are gods, then we have a choice between many gods or one God. If we decide that there are many gods, we have gotten off here in what's known as polytheism, which is seen in Mormonism, Hinduism, the New Age movement, Roman and Greek mythology. If we decide that there's one God, we've got a choice then to make. Is this God identified with the universe, or is he distinct from the universe? If he's identified with the universe, we have what's known as pantheism or panentheism, which is the same as in Buddhism and Christian Science and some other philosophies. But if we say he's distinct from the universe, then we come down and we have another choice to make. Is he finite, or is he an infinite God? If we decide that he's a finite God, we've placed ourselves in the position that the Watchtower Society placed themselves. There are a lot of little-known doctrines that the Jehovah's Witnesses have, and for the first half of their history, they promulgated a doctrine that Jehovah God is a finite being that lives in the Pleiades on the star Alcyon, and he sends messages to the earth that take about 8 days, and his messenger arrives to the governing body of the Jehovah's Witnesses, who are then God's sole channel, to make a direct quote there, God's sole channel of communication. But if we decide that he's infinite, we have a choice. He never does miracles, or he sometimes does miracles. If we decide that he never does miracles, we've put ourselves into the position of the rational thinkers called deists. Men like Thomas Jefferson and some of the others in the 18th century were rational thinkers like this. A lot of them, though, actually were closet occultists. And if we finally come down here that this infinite God sometimes does miracles, we've placed ourselves into the faith that Abraham had, and is also seen by Islam and some types of Judaism, and your mainstream Christianity. So where do we go for truth? How do we know what is the true way? Well, as we begin our search, you remember back in the beginning there were two trees in the garden. There was the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and then there was the tree of life. The tree of the knowledge of good and evil, if you look into the scriptures and study them out, you'll find that that's worldly knowledge. It's knowledge of what's right and wrong, including philosophy. It's the letter of the law of God and dead religion based on compliance to the dead letter of the law. It's man-made compliance to law and man-made changes in outward behavior. It's a focus on ourself. And when we focus on ourself, then we end up either becoming lascivious, where we just indulge ourselves, or we end up with a problem that's prevalent in a lot of Christianity, where we have self-righteousness. It also includes a false trust that worldly philosophy and other fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil will expose Satan. This is one of the major problems today. The fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil will not expose Satan, because Satan comes as an angel of light. And we'll get into that even deeper as we progress through this talk. This is what the scriptures call the flesh. It leads to death, not to mention also producing in the mind lasciviousness, double-mindedness, and pride in what one knows. It's the goodness of man, his vain attempts, and his pride in his achievements. It's very popular. It includes many of the man-made church agendas. But there was also another tree in the garden. That was the tree of life. And that includes a fear of God, peace, God-centered knowledge that is relevant to what God is doing and therefore wisdom. It's the spirit of the law, living faith in a relationship with Yahweh God. It's a spirit-made changes in the hearts. It's a focus on Christ, the Spirit, and the Heavenly Father. It exposes Satan and his influences by correctly using the living Word of God written by the Spirit along with the guidance of the Spirit. It's what the Scriptures call the Spirit. And it leads to life, not to mention a renewed sound mind and humility to learn from the Master Teacher and from others. It's the goodness of God and also His glory for His achievements and wisdom. It's not very popular for a natural man doesn't understand the things of the Spirit. But we have a problem back there in the garden. What entered into the garden? Evil. And this is a problem that confronts all of us. Here we have a God that's omniscient, a God that's omnipotent, that is almighty and all-knowing, and yet something that this all-knowing, all-powerful God, that's wholly good, something that this wholly good God created contains evil. That's presented a lot of people a logic problem. And the philosophers in the 1940s were stumped by this problem. A lot of them started building their own philosophical systems. There happened to have been one particular gentleman, and he spent many decades building up a philosophical system and exposing all the illogic of religion. And then by the time the 1960s came, he realized that his system that he had created had the same problems with logic. And he looked around, and other philosophers were also discovering all of their systems had the same problems with logic that Christianity and other religions had. Well, a lot of times people go to their clergyman or to someone else that they look up to, and they ask for answers to this problem of evil. Why is there evil in the world? And they're given simplistic, insufficient answers. They're told, oh, just have faith. Or the clergyman says, oh, there's no contradiction. Or a very skillful apologist starts describing all the terms, omnipotent, omniscient, good, and he turns them into such vague terms that they become meaningless. Or maybe they just declare, we only see through a glass darkly. Okay, these insufficient answers leave many reasonable persons deeply disturbed by the absurdity of conventional belief in God. Some have decided that human life is self-defeating, tragic, and absurd. But a better answer, and I will give those in a minute, but what's interesting is the philosopher that I was describing, who is from Boston, who taught there at the university, here he had spent all these decades writing a book to tear apart Christianity, and he realized that his own philosophical system had the same problems, so he spent the next decade writing another book showing how Christianity and other religions, it wasn't that he had become a Christian, describing how actually they do have a lot of answers. So what are some of these better answers? To show people that every mathematical, scientific, and philosophical system has vagueness and contradictions within their principles. Philosophers cannot define and defend their own criteria of meaning without employing self-defeating arguments. All philosophy and mathematical systems have paradoxes when one pushes to get total clarity of terms. One has to either accept A, some vagueness of terms, or B, accept paradox with extremely clear terms. Common sense of human existence means we must accept the contradictions that accompany the complexity of the sense and nonsense of our spiritual environment. Somebody tells you that they love you, and then here they are squeezing the toothpaste from the middle. Now, if you had a computer program set up to define whether somebody loved you or not, you would never get the answer. because human relationships and human life can't be broken down into logic. There's a lot of nonsense in our life. The problem of evil is actually a sign that reveals that there are deep issues of life that must be plumbed, like a crack in the earth's crust that plunges out of sight. God can view evil in a different view because He is above time and knows that with His unlimited power, all things will work for good to them that love God. God has unlimited power to bring something good out of evil. Proof of this ability is found in the life, death, and resurrection of Christ. In other words, evil is not out of control. God has said, I'm fixing a point here in time that evil can start. And why did He allow evil to start? So that each one of us would have the choice to make whether we wanted to love Him or not. We're not robots. If we were programmed to love Him, it wouldn't be real love. But we have the choice to reject Him and do whatever we want with our life. So He set a point here, and He said, evil can exist from here to there. And then He's given us the life, death, and resurrection of Christ to show that any evil within that time period can be transformed to good, which He will do. And Lord willing, we will all see. In order to bring true love into human existence, God had to allow choice, which includes the choice of rejection and disobedience by His creation. After a period of allowing mankind to choose to love Him, God promises to destroy evil. Now you're asking, well, Fritz, we all know this. We all have to face this issue either on a conscious or a subconscious level. We all wrestle with the problem of why is there evil when God is so powerful and so good? Well, the reason why I'm telling you this is because it's very easy for somebody to come up here and expose evil and not give you hope. See, I was called to do three things. I was called to expose evil, to give hope, and call people back to the Word of God. That's my assignment. Okay, there's a lot of people in prophetic ministries that they're able to give real easy hope. Oh, just vote these crooks out of office. You know, if you don't really expose evil, you can give simplistic answers. But if you really expose evil, and how many people really plumb the depths of how evil this world is, then you've got a really hard task to try to give people hope. But that's what I'm trying to do. Because this is very important. That's why we're going over it. Because given a chance, I'd destroy the foundation of practically everything you believed in. And I may today. Satan uses trauma as a vehicle to program into us a lie. All of you know, as you've tried to go on the correct path, how rocky it is. First, a trauma is applied to our life. Then second, a lie is offered which, when accepted, alleviates or improves the pain of the trauma. And third, systems of lies are built to trap us within the confines of the lies we believe in. Well, this is very important. And it's a strange way that I discovered this. I have been deprogramming people that were mind-controlled victims of the Illuminati, which is the Illuminati are generational satanic families. We will discuss them later on. What is generational Satanism? It means that these families have practiced human sacrificing Satanism. Excuse me. They've been practicing it for generation after generation, secretly. And as I was working on the mind control of these people, I began the type of programming, the generic name for it, is called trauma-based mind control. I began to realize that the elements of mind control that they were using on these people were also being applied to the population in general. Maybe not as as a sophisticated package and in such an intense way, but they were still being applied. All of us receive trauma. And there's so many different ways that this could occur. Like here I give an example. A Christian's life is cut short by Satan. The lie that is offered the survivors is God owes every person a full, happy, prosperous 70 to 80-year life. God is then blamed. Why did God let this happen? The resulting bitterness opens up a door for a person to get into immorality, which further entraps the person. The reality is, if God gave us what we deserved in our weak, sinful nature, none of us would be alive because mankind is in rebellion to God, their Creator. People need to focus on what we have received from God, not what we haven't received. To focus on what wasn't given rather than the great gifts that have been given is ungratefulness. Therefore, when a trauma is applied to our life, we can use that trauma to program a lie into our life, or we can grow spiritually by seeing the deeper spiritual realities that the trauma is trying to teach us. For instance, if we're in a marriage, the problems that we receive can either draw us together or split us apart. The couple will either see the deeper spiritual realities and bond, or they will attach themselves to the lies that Satan provides to alleviate the pain. Another example of how this is happening, so you get a better idea. Let's picture ourselves in India many thousands of years ago, and a trauma is applied to our country. Then the lie that is given is if you worship this phallus symbol, this stone statue here, that will alleviate your pain. So they do, but the catch is since there's a demonic aspect to all of this, that there is some relief from the pain. And that's the lie. So then people grab a hold of the lie. Well, I received some relief from this trauma by worshiping this phallus symbol here. So then that is, Satan does a series of things that locks that in as a tradition of those people. And then the lie is locked in. The people are trapped in the lie. And this is all used in mind control programming on a micro scale, on a single individual. What I'm going to be covering today is material that's in a number of my books. First, we're going to go over material that is in an 800-page reference book I wrote back in 1991, Be Wise as Serpents, which shows how this all connects on the physical level. And I will also later be getting into the mind control. And there are 2 books back there which I've co-authored. The most important one for you as an introduction to the subject is Volume 2, The Illuminati Formula Used to Create an Undetectable Total Mind-Controlled Slave. And we'll be getting to that topic later on. And before we do, we will also cover material covered in another book of mine entitled The Top 13 Illuminati Bloodlines. This is just saying again what I had previously said, that Christ's life is proof that God has the ability to turn evil into good. Suffering is used to take our eyes off of trivial things to see deeper eternal realities. And the scriptures tell us that it will develop faith, virtue, knowledge, self-control, endurance, godliness, brotherly kindness, love. In other words, the suffering from evil we want to escape is the soil that God plants us in order that we would grow into the godly people He wants us to be. But the God of all grace, who hath called us unto His eternal glory by Christ Jesus, after ye have suffered a while, make you perfect, establish, strengthen, and settle you. And then that will also confirm through our suffering that we are a special royal people. And this is Paul at the Areopagus in Athens, where he confronted the philosophers of his day, and he noticed that they had a statue to an unknown god. And you can read about how Paul approached the philosophers of the ancient world. And here he is again. There you can see the Acropolis in the background. And he says, I've come to tell you about the unknown God. The rabbis in Jesus' day were very learned men. They were sort of like if you took a congressman and a chief justice of the Supreme Court and several other things and wrapped them into one. And a very learned scholar of the day, a rabbi, Nicodemus, came to Christ, and he said, born again? How can I be born again when I'm old? Now remember, we talked about going to the tree of life for knowledge. The Spirit of God revealed to me that there's certain principles that allow paradise to function. These are the elements of God's paradise. Before we study the counterfeit, we're studying the real. God gave me some confirmation on this revelation. There were two other Christian brothers who independently received the same revelation. And then when we examine Scripture, there's some Scripture that also back this up. But I'm not submitting this to you as a new doctrine, but just as a way to help you understand better how things operate in the perfect setting that God would have them operate. I discovered via the Spirit's revelation that the attributes of God are what sustain the universe. Justice, God's order, equity, truth, life, and true love forms the base of this. And interestingly, there's a number of other interesting things to this, is I discovered that when we go in and look at how we define God, we'll find those attributes being what make up the New Jerusalem. So the basic building block of paradise is a cube shape, which is stable. It has certain attributes to it. And you'll see some of the other things here that I've added that I won't go into. Another interesting aspect is that God protects this. If you go to Ephesians 6 and you look at the armor of God, the helmet of salvation protects eternal life. The breastplate of righteousness protects God's justice and equity. The belt of truth, which is pulling things together, a girdle there, is protecting God's order of things, which also includes His authority and authority covering. And then your shield of faith is protecting true love. True love believes all things. And then your sword of the Spirit is protecting truth. So the armor that God gives is protecting these elements that sustain paradise. Now this is important to understand this concept, because now I'm going to show you how it's been corrupted. This was also given by revelation, and it was also confirmed by some other brothers, but then it also got confirmation from a real interesting source. Besides my brothers in Christ, a man named Norman Dodd, who was placed in charge of the Reese Committee in 1953. He was the chief investigator. The Reese Committee was assigned by Congress, and they were hoping that they wouldn't do a very thorough job, to investigate the un-American activities of the foundations. Norman Dodd had spent his entire life rubbing shoulders with the movers and shakers of the world. He had been a banker. He had been in and out of a lot of the types of activities that the world's elite are involved in. And they thought that he was one of them, which is one reason why they would visit so freely with him. But he wasn't. And in rubbing shoulders with these people, he came to discover that they knew exactly how to run the world. And I've also discovered that too. I've worked with a lot of high-level people that have defected to Christianity out of the Illuminati, and I've done years of research, and one of the things that I've discovered is they've given us only the crumbs of what they know, and if they wanted to run the world perfectly according to this model, they have all the formulas, they know how to do it. But they're manipulating this world system for their own benefit. Now, Norman Dodd discovered that the shape of the world system that was set up was this double pyramid, double tetrahedron, and he discovered that there were 6 things that made up this world system. In fact, his life was threatened when he showed one of the elite this model. So there must be something true. When he showed this to Alexander Sachs said, "I got to get out of here, because if I stay and listen to you, your life's gone." You've got order, which is represented by the state, wisdom, which is value, equity as seen in the marketplace, justice by the courts, wealth, the prices. And here I've added to what Norman Dodd had by including health, which is a function of wealth and a possession, and then truth down here at the bottom, which is represented by church. And by manipulating these different elements of the world system, they are able to control the world. One example of the type of manipulation they do is they make people think that equity and justice are the same thing, and they distort what was a pyramid with a base of 4 points to a 3-pointed pyramid. They just play around with this model any which way. There's a lot of things, a lot of manipulation, and later on we'll probably get to the transparencies, which show some of the books where they even give the detailed formulas for how to run these different elements. If you go to the scriptures, there's a word that occurs, stoicheia, and Bible translators have thrown their hands up and said, we don't know what this means. If you go to the classical Greek writers, they use the word stoicheia to mean elements that make up something. And Apostle Paul warned us, and there's like 6 or 8 Bible verses that warn us against the elements of the world system. I believe, even though it hasn't been revealed before, that these are the elements, these are the components that we were being warned about by Apostle Paul. And he said, don't be deceived or taken in by these elements. Now, one of the things that I can do, had I the time, to go in and show you how each one of those elements is controlled. We will touch briefly on those different elements, and I will give you, as quick as I can, in a short period as I have, a thumbnail sketch so you can understand how each of those elements is controlled. This was something that I came out with in my Be Wise as Serpents book. I'll not go into this particular chart this time, but I'm just showing you this real quickly to show you that there is a whole scheme of things on how to control the church. But this is what I really want to go into. This is maybe one of the most important things that I'll be able to share with you, and you have it in your handout. If we go back to the Garden of Eden, when evil or Satan came into the garden, he said that the fruit of this tree, of the knowledge of good and evil, would give them salvation. That's salvation through knowledge. That's Gnosticism. Okay? Now they began to realize that knowledge is power. But of course, you don't want to give all your power away instantaneously. If you want control over someone, you give it out in increments. So how Satan sets things up is the first element is to say, I have secret hidden knowledge. And you have instantly given yourself an instant power base. Now everybody's got to come to you because you have this hidden knowledge, right? And I'll cover 3 words here. If you go in and look at witchcraft or any of these others, they'll use the words esoteric, arcane, and occult. Those 3 words, esoteric, arcane, and occult, mean exactly the same thing. They mean hidden. This is the hidden knowledge that Satan's whole world system of religion gives out to people. But they can't give away their power base. They've got to give it out in increments. So if you join the Masons, they give this out as you go through degrees. And as you progress through the degrees, you're given, they dish you out more and more incrementally. Or if you're a Jehovah's Witness, you have to stay in touch with God's sole channel of communication, the Watchtower Society, and their magazines. And they dole out in increments this revelation knowledge to you over a period of time. Or if you're in the charismatic movement, you're made dependent upon some great prophet that you can't leave him because he is God's source of knowledge to revelation knowledge to you, and they make you dependent upon that preacher alone. So the first component was hidden knowledge. The second component of how Satan sets up a Gnostic religion is to hand out this knowledge in increments. And the third component is to set it up in a pyramid shape like this. You cannot get the commitment from the broad masses that you could from a few select initiates. So they will have a group of initiates who are a higher class, and they'll have almost basically one religion for them, and then they'll have another religion for the broad masses. What you're looking at is the clergy class, for instance, of the Catholic Church and the laity. Okay, if you go to the Jehovah's Witnesses, you would see that they have a governing body as their cover ruling body up here. They have an initiate class, which is called the anointed, who are promised heaven. And then you have the great crowd, who are promised paradise on earth. And the same pattern is repeated many, many times over. And I'll show you some of the groups that do this. Now you take, for instance, within the Jehovah's Witnesses, there and many of these other groups, I've discovered that the key men are Satanists. And they have a cover ruling body that hides them. Now if we turn this pyramid, this Gnostic religion that we have just built here, and there's even a book, How to Create Your Own Religion. If you turn that on its side and make it into a piece of pie, now look at what we've got here. This is the perfect control mechanism. In the center of all these different religious bodies are Satanists that know each other, that are collaborating and working together. And this I've discovered is a fact. I'm giving you inside information there. Then surrounding them are the visible ruling bodies of these religious bodies. And then you have a priesthood within, or an initiate group within that religious group. And then you have your broad masses out here. Perfect control mechanism. You have, like, let's say, a Catholic out here, and they're fighting the Mormon out here, who's fighting the Jehovah's Witness out here. And the people on the outer fringes are all divided and fighting each other. They never rebel against the middle. If they would ever rebel against the middle, what's protecting the actual movers and shakers? The priesthood. Now some of the priesthood are actually committed, they're actually believers in what they're doing, and some of them are just corrupt. That's the way they make a living. But at any rate, they act as a buffer to protect the ruling body there. And this formula, which I got from the other side, by the way, can be seen in many different flavors. They realize that when you go into a restaurant, you want a menu of things to choose from. So if you want a Gnostic hierarchy that worships the sun, you can come over here and pick this. Or you want New Thought Christianity, you can come over here. All of these groups follow that pattern I just showed you. And my apologies to Baskin-Robbins, they have more than 31 flavors. Here's an example of what I'm talking about. Now, if you think back on your pie-shaped diagram that you got in your handout, the walls between the different pies are artificial barriers, and they can pull those out anytime they want to. And every now and then you get a glimpse of them doing that. At the World Parliament of Religions, they had Hindus, Buddhists, Christians. Chuck Colson, who represents the Protestants, was there. You had all of these different religious groups there, commingling, worshiping together. So they can pull those artificial barriers out if they want. But they don't usually do it. But we're beginning to see more and more those artificial barriers come down. And this is an example of it. This is a Jewish rabbi who's a Catholic priest, and he's getting the Jews to start worshiping Mary and some other things. So here we see in his group literature put out. There you see, like for instance, Father Herman Cohen, who's both Jewish and Catholic. Now, what's happened over the centuries, and this no longer is taking place because a lot of the artificial barriers have been taken out so that they can bring in their one world religion. But prior to about 1950, the way that they had set this up is that the Illuminati worked through front organizations. Those front organizations then covered themselves behind monotheistic religions. So behind Protestantism, you had Freemasonry pulling strings. Behind Roman Catholicism, you had Jesuits. And behind your Jewish community, you had your Sabbatians, your Frankists, communists. Behind Islam, you had Sufis. How many people knew that Colonel Gaddafi was a Sufi? Does that make a little bit more sense why you see a Freemason in the CIA maybe collaborating with Colonel Gaddafi? Now, another organizational principle that they have is if you could see their pyramid structure, you could tear it down. So there's the spins principle. Marilyn Ferguson brought this out in the book that she's credited for writing. The spin principle is segmented polycentric integrated networks, where you set in motion, sort of like a series of tops, a whole bunch of different groups that are all spinning in the same direction. Then if the opposition comes, all they see is this one group. They can take it down, but they don't take down the whole network. And this is just New Age teaching institutions. But this is another example of some more New Age groups. Now, I prepared a document packet in 1990, and it was to show people from their own documents that there was a conspiracy to bring in a New World Order, and nobody took me up on getting any of these packets. So then I put it into my 800-page reference book, Be Wise as Serpents, and hopefully now in 6 years things are changed enough that people will be able to appreciate the documents I'm going to show you. These are very important because a lot of the people in the audience have never seen documents from the horse's mouth, so to speak, as to what they are really doing. Now here we see a book. This is just simply the cover to show you that there are disenchanted men that are warning that we're ruled by an invisible government. And another disenchanted man who worked with the CIA warns that the CIA and its allies are in control of the world. Now, because it was difficult for people to see the text, but I wanted to show you the whole page of what where I got the quote from, I have pulled the quote up and enlarged it over here to the side. Now, this was written by Manly P. Hall. Manly P. Hall was both a Grand Master within Freemasonry, and he was a Grand Master in the Illuminati. And he says, all of sincere heart will find consolation in the conviction that powers beyond and above human corruption continue to administer the destiny of the globe. It would be a mistake to confuse the governing bodies with the various sects which pretend to authority but give no indication or proof that they can manage efficiently even their own affairs. What was I telling you? That inner core of black in all of those pieces of pie that's secretly ruling? Now, Manly P. Hall knows who he's referring to here because he's part of that secret body. But of course, he speaks positively of it. And here's a picture of Manly P. Hall, and this is the Scottish Rite Journal in November 90. And it says, the illustrious Manly Palmer Hall, often called Freemasonry's greatest philosopher. I'm showing you that so that you can see that the documents I'm going to show you come from the very highest people within Freemasonry and some of these other organizations. This is probably hard for you to read. Alice Bailey was in charge of Lucius Trust, originally set up as Lucifer Trust, as most of you probably know. And she worked for the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare in 1957. She created the goals for education that are being implemented today in our schools. The America 2000 goals, Millennium 2000, these goals that are being brought in. And she was a leader within the New Age movement. She set up over 140 New Age groups, wrote prolifically. In her book, The Externalization of the Hierarchy, she spells out in detail how they're going to bring in the New World Order. It is amazing the things you will read in there, including telling us who's going to rule on the physical level and who's going to rule on the spiritual level in this New World Order. It's going to be Lucifer. And she says it right there. She writes, when the new universal religion has sway and the nature of esotericism is understood, will be the utilization of the banded esoteric organisms, the Masonic organism and the church organism as initiating centers. These three groups converge as their inner sanctuaries are approached. There is no disassociation between the one universal church, the sacred inner lodge of all true Masons, and the innermost circles of the esoteric societies. In other words, she's saying that Freemasonry is going to be the religion in the New World Order, or the New Age, as she refers to it variously in different parts of her book. Interestingly enough, other New Age leaders say the same thing. Benjamin Krem, who you've heard about, he says that Freemasonry is going to be the religion, the one world religion in the New World Order. Lola Davis, another New Age leader, says the same thing. And here Alice Bailey, again on another page in Externalization of the Hierarchy, says, there is no question, therefore, that the work to be done in familiarizing the general public with the nature of the mysteries is of paramount importance at this time. These mysteries will be restored to outer expression through the medium of the church and the Masonic fraternity. If those groups leave off being organisms with material purpose and become organisms with living objectives, When the Great One comes with his disciples and initiates, we shall have, after a period of intensive work on the physical plane, beginning around the year 1940, the restoration of the mysteries in their exoteric presentation as a consequence of this first initiation. In other words, they're going to restore the mystery religions of Babylon. And if you look at what's been happening in the churches and in the schools, you will find that that's true. The concept of externalization of the hierarchy is that we're going to take what was done in secret in the lodges, in the secret fraternal organizations, and we're going to externalize it out into society. This was something that, this was a program in a Portland public school where my wife teaches, and instead of Christmas programs for the last 15 years, they've had winter solstice celebrations, which is an occult celebration. And this celebration a few years ago was celebrating Lucifer, the light bearer, and this was the program for it. And during the play that the children put on for the parents that came, the children wore barcodes on their forehead. Some of the children had acceptable barcodes, and some had unacceptable barcodes. And then they did occult rituals. This is what's replaced Christmas in the public school. And I was using this on some of my talks, and I thought, well, I'll just send this to Tex Mars, who's another researcher, and he put this on the front page of his next newsletter. Externalization of the hierarchy. It's all around me, wherever I go. And these are some of my dog and pony show, because when I go out to get fast food, and I go to one fast food place, and here's a wizard with an owl, which is Lilith, and his energy ball. He's throwing an energy ball here. And then I go down to the next fast food place down the street, and they're teaching you how to hypnotize your parents on their sheet. And then I go down to the next fast food place, and they've got another similar looking wizard here, and it says fire and ice. Fire and ice are very important symbols for the occult when they're paired together. And I go into the laundromat, and this is hanging up. This is a lady, Elizabeth Clare Prophet, who channels demons, and she's having a meeting in the Portland Masonic Temple to find your twin flame and how to use spiritual energy. And then I go to the public library, and they're passing these out free. It's Metaphysics for Our Age. If you don't know what metaphysics is, that's witchcraft. And right there in Multnomah County, which is Portland, on the front of their books, on some of them, if you'll look at the library logo, it's a snake swallowing its tail. Well, if you'll look in Manly P. Hall's book on page 100, The Secret Teachings of All Ages, you'll find that that's an Illuminati symbol. In fact, they even use the word Illumo there on their seal of Multnomah County Library. On page 100, which is C in his book, he says that a silver ring of a snake swallowing its tail is a symbol of rank within the Illuminati. When I met the Grand Master for the Illuminati for a 3-state area, guess what he was wearing on his hand? It was a silver ring of a snake swallowing its tail. I tell you that for several reasons. One is that ring was a symbol of rank within the mystery religions. The Illuminati is simply the continuation of the mystery religions that we are now talking about, and you're seeing documentation about by people by Alice Bailey. When she's talking about restoring the mysteries, she's talking about restoring the mystery religions. And here she says, by means of the educational work of the world, the great Lord seeks to reach those of the intelligent public who cannot be reached by means of ceremonial and symbolism as in Masonry, or by religious means and ritual as in the church. It touches the masses and those in whom an intelligent aspect predominates to the lessening of the other two aspects. In other words, we're going to try to teach them the truth, the mystery religion truth, in the fraternal organizations. But not everybody goes to a fraternity like the Masonic Lodge. So then we'll try to get them in the churches. But not everybody goes to the churches. So our safety net is education. And I just threw this in because this was something put out by a group called Triangles, which Lucis Trust formed. Lucis Trust happens, by the way, to be one of the publishing arms of the United Nations. And it's located there on United Nations Plaza. And they've got offices in Switzerland and England, London, England, and New York, which are elite headquarters, as you know. And, of course, their triangle groups are in, as you see, 110 countries from this letter. And this next document, this is the cover of the official magazine of the Supreme Council, the 33rd degree of the Freemasons, and it's been called the New Age magazine for over 100 years. And in the 70s and 80s, the Christians were still debating whether there was a New Age movement, and the Freemasons had been carrying out, promoting the New Age movement for 100 years. And inside this particular cover, I pulled out a page, and guess what it says here? As stated before, God's plan in America is a non-sectarian plan. Our Constitution is non-sectarian. Our great American public schools, God's chosen schools, are non-sectarian. The great spirit behind this great nation is non-sectarian. Our great American public schools have never taken away from any child the freedom of will, freedom of spirit, or freedom of mind. That is the divine reason that great God, our King, has chosen the great American public schools to pave the way for the new race, the new religion, and the new civilization that is taking place in America. Any mother, father, or guardian who is responsible for the taking away of freedom of mind, freedom of will, or freedom of spirit is the lowest criminal on this earth, because they take away from that child the God-given right to become a part of God's great plan in America for the dawn of the new age of the world. Shame on you, Christian parents, for sending your children to a Christian school. You're the lowest criminal. That was back in the 50s. And back in 1920s, the Ku Klux Klan and the Masonic lodges in Oregon carried out the first of a whole series of acts designed to destroy the Christian schools. If you wonder why this Christian schools, which used to be the foundation of schooling in this country, disappeared, look to the Freemasons and groups that they created, like the Ku Klux Klan. This is again from Manly P. Hall's book, another of his books, America's Assignment with Destiny. He's got several where he spells out very plainly in esoteric language what's going to happen. He says, the genuine esoteric associations always required that disciples prepare themselves for careers of practical service. The student was expected to attain to a state of unusual skill or proficiency in some branch of learning. He was then to practice this profession or craft as a means of extending his sphere of constructive influence. He was to teach through example, enriching his chosen vocation with the overtones of enlightened religious philosophy, thus gradually creating a significant zone of influence. He was available for whatever tasks the keepers of the great plan required. Okay, people who join Freemasonry, what are they being used for? To implement the plan to bring in a new race, a new world religion. And if you read in his books, you'll find out what this great plan is. It's the New World Order. So if you're in an esoteric organization like Freemasonry, that's what you're to be used for. And this is Alice Bailey. And Alice Bailey, by the way, was in co-masonry, or women's branches of Freemasonry. And she says, the three main channels through which the preparation for the New Age is going on might be regarded as the church, the Masonic fraternity, and the educational field. She says the Masonic movement will meet the need of those who can and should wield power. It is the custodian of the law, is the home of the mysteries, and the seat of initiation. It holds in its symbolism the ritual of deity, and the way of salvation is pictorial preserved in its work. The methods of deity are demonstrated in its temples, and under the all-seeing eye the work can go forward. It is a far more occult organization than can be realized, and is intended to be the training school for the coming advanced occultists. In its ceremonials lies hid the welding of the forces connected with the growth and life of the kingdoms of nature, and the unfoldment of the divine aspects in man, to make man divine, which was the lie in the Garden of Eden. So I might tell you that if it's gotten a little bit confusing here, I've said that Freemasonry now is the mystery religions, and I've said that the Illuminati are the mystery religions. Well, Freemasonry is the outer symbolism of those mystery religions. And if you're born into a generational satanic family of the Illuminati, they would actually, properly speaking, would be Luciferians, but I'll explain the difference later. Gnostic Luciferians. They would want you to go through Freemasonry so that you would learn the symbolism of the mystery religions. And this is Albert Pike. Albert Pike was he's been called the Pope of Freemasonry. He was the head of all of Freemasonry in his day. And he wrote Morals and Dogma, which when you get to be a 32nd degree Freemason, you are given a Morals and Dogma book, which belongs to the lodge, and then asked to study it. And he says in here, in Morals and Dogma, he says, though Masonry is identical with the ancient mysteries. What are the first two things that happen when you join Freemasonry? Two things. One is, the first thing is you fill out a form that says requesting to be initiated into the mysteries. If you read any of the top Masonic authors, like Manly P. Hall and some of these others that I'm going to be quoting from, they will tell you that the mysteries of Freemasonry are the mysteries of the mystery religions of Babylon. That's what you're being initiated into. So that's the first thing that you do, is request to be initiated into those mysteries. The second thing is you go through a ritual where they give you an oath that you'll ever conceal the activities and what they teach you in the lodge. To ever conceal. Well, that means you're taking on oath of a gruesome death to deceive and lie about what goes on in the lodge. And people ask me, well, and I've been asked this probably, no exaggeration, 100 times, when do people know that there's something wrong with Freemasonry? Well, the first two things you do ought to raise red flags. But I will agree with people that you can stumble through 32 degrees of this stuff, and like a lot of people, they don't have their eyes open, and you could stumble through, and maybe after 32 degrees of this, you still don't know what you're involved in. That's possible. Now, you'll see that what I'm quoting here, I have these a little bit out of order, but you'll see in another transparency that this comes from the highest, what he says is on the authority of the highest level of Freemasonry. And in here he says, this is Clymer in Ancient Mystic Oriental Masonry, and he says, Obelisk and Freemasonry. According to our reading of history, the priesthoods of Belus or Baal in Assyria, of Osiris in Egypt, of Jehovah in Palestine, of Jupiter in Greece and Rome, of Ahura Mazda in Persia, or Brahma in India, and of two states in Britain were primitive secret societies who instructed and governed the primitive families and races. It little matters whether we call the members of those priesthoods Bilites, Pastophori, Levites, Curatists, Magi, Brahmins, Druids. They were connected by secret ties and intercommunicated from the Indus to the Tiber, from the Nile to the Thames. Hence, there ever has been, is, and ever will be Freemasonry on our planet. There were many mystery religions in the ancient world. Each of those mystery religions, if you go back to your pie-shaped diagram, had a secret ruling body. Those secret ruling bodies collaborated. There was a governing body that governed all of the mystery religions. That's what he's talking about here. Okay, and I have some of the codes or the keys to unravel that worldwide unity that existed long ago. This is H. Spencer Lewis in his book Rosicrucian Questions and Answers. He says, I have to move this around so I can see it because this bright light's in my eyes, but he goes, everyone with common sense will appreciate the fact that a book claiming to be a complete presentation of the secret teachings and secret ritual of the Freemasons would be unworthy of purchase at any price, for one would know instinctively that the contents of the book could not possibly fulfill the claim made by the title. The same may be said of books dealing with the subject of Rosicrucian philosophy. The things that I'm telling you about, if you ask a Freemason, they're not going to confirm them. They're not going to validate them. And this, on the previous book that you saw by Clymer, I have this in here because he says, I quote from the highest Masonic authorities in the world, and that which concerns mystic Masonry comes direct from who knows and who has no superior in this work. So I'm giving you information from the top, in case you doubt these authorities. This is simply showing us, again, in the same book, that Masonry was founded on the ancient wisdom religions, and when founded was not known as Masonry. It was known as mystery religion. And this quote by the same man in the same book, Ancient Mystic Oriental Masonry, the religion then of Masonry is pure theism, on which it... that's good enough. And by the way, Clymer's quote there, as another one of the previous quotes, was from Mackey's, one of Mackey's works. And so you have two high-level Masonic authorities, both validating the same thing in this quote. Here's another quote from, this is from Mackey's Masonic Jurisprudence, and found, Clymer is quoting Mackey's Masonic Jurisprudence. So broad is the religion of Masonry, and so carefully are all sectarian tenets excluded from the system, that the Christian, the Jew, and the Mohammedan, in all their numberless sects and divisions, may and do harmoniously combine in its moral and intellectual work with the Buddhist, the Parsi, the Confucian, and the worshipper of deity under every form. No wonder it's going to be the religion of the New World Order. And this quote here is just showing that Masonry is claimed to be the pagan mystery religions by Masons. And this is at the House of the Temple in Washington, D.C., not far from the White House. This is one of the rooms in there in the House of the Temple. There's another room further in this temple, which is much smaller, which has 13 chairs, which is one of the rooms that the Illuminati's Grand Druid Council meets in. This is from the New Age magazine, the official organ of the Supreme Council of the 33rd degree of the Scottish Rite. And it says, has Freemasonry then a spiritual conception only? Is its objective but the solidifying into a beautiful utopia, the wonderful infinity of the first cause, and the kaleidoscope finiteness of its mortal human creatures? Is its mission solely directed to the establishment of the long-heralded and hoped-for kingdom of the brotherhood of man? You know, when I wrote a book back in 1990 showing the connections between the Watchtower Society and the occult world, it's a book is back there for you to look at, The Watchtower and the Masons. The man who was in charge of me, I was a Christian missionary at the time, he said, I don't think too much of your book because it speaks despairingly of the Freemasons, and all the Freemasons are is a group of old men that like to play cards. And I thought to myself, and that's why they spend millions of dollars on these temples all over, is so they can play cards? Here's the Denver International Airport, and on this, here you've got the sun coming down on the thing, and it says New World Airport Commission. This is Manly P. Hall again. He says, when evaluating the esoteric groups, that would be like the Rosicrucians and Freemasons and Lucis Trust, etc., of this period, the most reliable guide is their acceptance of the responsibility of the Great Plan. I've already explained that's the plan to bring in the New World Order. Progress is not ordinarily for the advancement of the individual, but for the unfoldment of the universal project. The real esoteric schools still labor towards the goal of the world commonwealth, that's the United Nations, so to speak. The plan remains utopian, and the disciple advancing through the grades of a legitimate initiate system is being prepared not for personal emancipation, but as an instrument for the liberation of his fellow man. Now, I want to point out something to you about that word utopia. It's Greek for meaning nowhere land. That's what Satan holds out for his people, is a utopia, in contrast with God's paradise. Okay, now there's a big distinction between that cube-shaped model that I showed you and the double pyramid. What's the distinction? And this is a distinction that you need to catch. When they started this country, most of the men that founded this country were Freemasons. 33 of the 35 signers of the Declaration of Independence were Freemasons. If you look at the Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson, who was a member of the Illuminati, he wrote, nature's God. You know, he talks about nature's God. What kind of God did Thomas Jefferson believe in? He believed in the type of God that these people who worship nature, your Wiccans, believe in. And that's what he was referring to. And the Constitution was constructed to be the carrot to bring us into this New World Order. It was to be the most perfect form of government that Satan's world system could construct, so other people would want to revolt. And they created this on purpose, this Constitution, so that like a thread in a garment, you could pull this thread and unravel it. Okay, it was intentionally created that way. But there were some very fundamental differences between our Constitution and God's paradise. And let me explain that, because it's why we're in a lot of trouble. If you'll go back and look, remember we talked about in that earlier diagram about God being the lawgiver and order. Remember, that was one of the elements of paradise, God being the lawgiver. When they set this country up, who did they make as the lawgiver? The legislature. So, where the Bible says homosexuality is a sin and wrong, that's the law, right? Homosexuality is wrong. That's the law of God. But by usurping the role of God and giving the role of God to man so that they can be the lawgiver, now in our country they can come along and they can debate whether homosexuality is good or bad, and if they decide that it's good, they can promote it however they want. See, that's a fundamental difference between paradise and the Constitution. Not that the Constitution doesn't have a lot of great things about it, but you have to understand it relates to the utopian concept that Satan has been promising the world. Now, this comes from a Masonic magazine, the Masonic Review, and it says, Masonry's greatness is not in the antiquity of its beginnings, neither in its conservatism, but rather in the fact that it has always been a leader of thought and action. I repeat, a comprehensive understanding of the history of Masonry leads us inevitably to the conclusion that not through conservatism has it most served the world, but rather through its spirit of unrest, its utter abhorrence of unnecessary restraint, its abiding love for the liberty, its unconquerable desire to progress away from the old to the new and better conditions. Whenever the conflict has been waged between the old and the new, between a narrow conservatism and real progress, our Masonic brethren have been found on the right side. Witness the members of St. Andrew's Lodge of the Green Dragon who threw the tea into Boston Harbor. I wish I had $1 for every time an American talked about the Boston Tea Party being a tax revolt against high taxes. What really happened? You can change history by just altering a few facts and a few details. What happened is that English Parliament drastically cut taxes. They drastically cut import taxes so that they were bare-bottom taxes. Now, the Freemasons of the time were smuggling illegal goods into the colonies. They were smuggling a lot of opium in the bottom of ships, and they were also smuggling other goods like tea. When import taxes on legitimate tea were cut drastically, it meant that their illegal tea no longer was profitable, and they were going to lose out on their smuggling. So when these Masons got together for their lodge meeting at this Green Dragon Inn, and I want you to remember that name, Green Dragon, for later, they decided, and you can see it in the minutes of their lodge meeting, they closed the lodge meeting immediately and then discussed how they would form this Boston Tea Party. And they dressed up as Indians, and their Masonic lodge went down and did a criminal act, and there happened to be this captain who was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and they took millions of dollars of his cargo and dumped it into the harbor. And since that time, history has been warped a little bit, and people see that as a great patriotic act. And here, in my Be Wise as Serpents book, is one of the diagrams that I put together showing Masonic lodges during the American Revolutionary War period. And I could talk for a week about how the Freemasons created the American Revolutionary War for the Illuminati, and how it was actually won, and a lot of the secret things about it, but we don't have time to go into that. And this is again from Morals and Dogma by Albert Pike. This is again, as I said, given to 32 degree Scottish Rite Freemasons. And he says, the blue degrees are but the outer core or portico of the temple. Part of the symbols are displayed there to the initiate, but he is intentionally led by false interpretations. It is not intended that he shall understand them, but it is intended that he shall imagine he understands them. Their true explication is reserved for the adepts. It is well enough for the mass of those called Masons to imagine that all is contained in the blue degrees, and whoso attempts to undeceive them will labor in vain and without any true reward violate his obligations as an adept. You see the G in the square and compass on the lodge. Well, to the public, they're told that stands for G. That G stands for God. You join and they tell you it stands for Gnosticism. Well, remember, as you move up, you're given more light. They dish this out in this initiate system, this hidden knowledge that they have. Well, when you get higher up, you find out that the G stands for the generative principle. And that's why later on, you'll see very shortly, that the Masons wear a lambskin. They're protected by the lamb, just like Christians are protected by the blood of the lamb. They cover their God, which is the phallus. And they bury themselves under a hard phallus. Those are the obelisks that you see in our cemeteries. And when the president, who's a Mason, looks out of the White House, he can look at a large obelisk. If you go to India and ancient Egypt, they worshipped the phallus. Right? They were traumatized, and through this demonic traumatization, they thought if they worshiped phalluses, that would relieve them, that would bring them benefits. And they're all over our country. And the president looks out of the White House and he sees the Washington Monument. And I wouldn't want to be buried under something like that. Here we see another high-ranking Freemason in his book, The Spirit of Masonry. He says, little as it may be realized by the unthinking Mason, who is interested only in the outer aspects of the craft work, the whole fabric of Masonry may be regarded as an externalization of that inner spiritual group whose members down the ages have been the custodians of the plan and as those to whom has been committed the workings out of the will of God for the race of men. They assist at the unfolding of the consciousness of the candidate until the time comes when he can enter into the light and in his turn become a light bearer, one of the Illuminati who can assist the lodge on high in bringing humanity to light. So if you're good enough, and of course they don't tell you that you have to have the right bloodline too, but if you're one of the chosen ones and you go through Freemasonry and you're good enough, you can become an enlightened one, a God one who's part of the Illuminati. But as you've seen in this document and the previous one, most Masons are deceived. They don't realize what the overall plan is. And why is that? Remember, going back to the pie-shaped diagram, the pyramid, remember that Freemasonry was just another Gnostic religion? Remember, you've got your broad masses? Well, most of the people that join Freemasonry only go to the first 3 degrees, about 75-80%. They go to what's called the Blue Lodge. That's your broad masses. They're taught one thing. But you can get some people to be more committed. That's your initiate group, right? So those are the people that go on to the Red Lodge. And then you've got your cover ruling body, which is your Supreme Council. And then within that Supreme Council, you've got some actual die-hard Satanists. You catch on to that pattern, you'll see that it repeated many times in Satan's world system. And here's the New Age magazine says, what's the use of building up an organization like Masonry has built up and inspiring men as Masonry has inspired them and then leaving the whole stand idle and useless at a time when our country needs just what Masonry can give it. Let's use this great machine. So some people have told me, yeah, Masonry may have those goals, but so what? Well, are they going to do it? Yes. Masonry also has a mission to perform. She invites all men of all religions to enlist under her banners and to war against evil, ignorance, and wrong. And that's by Albert Pike's Morals and Dogma. This is externalization of the hierarchy. Years ago, I said that the war which may follow this one would be waged in the field of the world religions. Such a war will not work out, however, in a similar period of extreme carnage and blood. It will be fought largely with mental weapons and in the world of thought. It will involve also the emotional realm from the standpoint of idealistic fanaticism. This inherent fanaticism, found ever in reactionary groups, like Christians, will fight against the appearance of the coming world religion and the spread of esotericism. The coming struggle will emerge within the churches themselves. And again, she tells us that the outline of this universal church shall appear by the end of the 20th century. And here's from the New Age magazine again, where they say Freemasonry is a world power. How much of a world power? In 93 in my newsletters, in one of them I published a list of several hundred high-ranking Vatican officials who are high-ranking Freemasons, and I gave their secret Masonic initiation dates and numbers. And that's just a little bit part of the list. In the previous document, that transparency, he was talking about a war between Freemasonry and the Catholic Church. Well, that's long over. If you'll look at what's been happening, there's been all types of cooperation between the Catholic Church and Freemasonry since the 60s. In fact, this is kind of interesting. Here's a Catholic church, and it has the Illuminati triangle and all-seeing eye in it. These people are everywhere. The Freemasons, I have tried to expose how they've been operating in the world. They are constantly creating new organizations. There's approximately 800 fraternal organizations in the United States, and essentially all of those have been created by the Freemasons. Remember I talked about West Point? Well, I couldn't quite put my finger on what was wrong with West Point when I was there at the time, but I've later learned that it was a fraternity and all the elements of mind control were used there. So we're talking in this talk about fraternities, and later we're going to cover about mind control. And here are some of the groups that the Masons have created. And I know this is very difficult to read. I can't even read it myself. But you've got the Freemasons have been involved in the founding of the Boy Scouts, Kiwanis, Christian Science, the Watchtower Society, the Ku Klux Klan, Primitive Methodists, and etc. And it never ceases. Here real quickly for you are some of our presidents in their Masonic garb. George Washington, Andrew Johnson, William McKinley, William Howard Taft, Theodore Roosevelt, FDR, Truman, and Ronald Reagan. This bright orange tract, the reason why I set it out there, I didn't write it, but I've been asked for years to write a tract that would tell people what was going on. And as I went back and prayed about it and looked at historically how tracts have been written, one of the things that I noticed is that the things that appealed to the common people use symbolism. And you look at this symbolism on here, right there on the front, it says America under siege, American peril, explosive exposés of the treasonous betrayal of America and Americans by traitors in and out of the government. Boy, boom, you've been told a whole mouthful right there real quick. And so I thought this tract was really good, and I went down to downtown Portland and passed out several hundred. And the next day I had a SWAT team at my house wondering what kind of neo-Nazi I was. But you are welcome to take as many of these as you want to pass out, because that's why I got them. I was passing them out not because they sell a book, which is true, but because I thought that they would tell the common person very quickly that we're in a heap of trouble. I think that's what. No, it's working. Oh, okay. There, now we can see it. Okay. Now, last segment, I focused in on one particular point in history. Right now, I want to focus in again on one particular point in history. What I'm trying to do by doing that is use it as an example of the bigger picture, okay? And one of my favorite points in history that I've enjoyed studying was the Civil War. So I've picked that as a point in time, and I'm going to discuss 3 people within that period of time. all of you, I'm sure, are familiar with Abraham Lincoln and Ulysses Grant, who was his top general during the Civil War, and John Brown, who was an abolitionist who, because of his activities, he provoked the South into wanting to have an armed rebellion. So we're going to focus in on these three men, and I think that will give you an example of how things have been going down through the years. Let's focus in on John Brown first. John Brown was a Freemason and a Rosicrucian. So was his father. And he was taught by a man named George Lippard to be an anti-slavery abolitionist. George Lippard started the Anti-Slavery Society. Another Rosicrucian at the time who was also an abolitionist was William Lloyd Garrison, and he started that Anti-Slavery Society in 1832, and he was a member of the Order of the Rose, which was an occult organization in England, in 1834. John Brown did not understand much about the Scriptures. He was a murderer. His sons were murderers. John Brown, as he traveled, happened to go through a Mormon settlement where they were teaching blood atonement, that if you sinned, you could atone for your sin by shedding real blood. And so he picked up one of the few things that he thought he knew about the Bible, and that was, for the wages of sin is death, and he thought that that meant if someone was a sinner, gave them the right to blow them away with a shotgun. The Illuminati had decided that the United States was getting too big and too powerful and rich, that they needed to divide and conquer. There are a whole number of reasons as to why they decided to create the Civil War. One was just they love to be greedy, and war is a great opportunity to make all kinds of profit from the privateering and running drugs, because like during the Civil War, there was as great a drug problem with the population then as there is today, and morphine and things like this and opium were smuggled in, and great profits were made. So for a number of reasons, the Illuminati made their decision. There were some high-level meetings that were carried out that I could talk about, and then they had to have men to implement these decisions. There was a club called the Bird Club, which met in Boston in a hotel, and this Bird Club had a member called Senator Charles Sumner, who had gone over to Europe and met with Illuminati leaders, for instance Giuseppe Mazzini, and he came back with instructions for the Bird Club. Most of the men in the Bird Club were Unitarians. Some of you may be familiar with the Unitarian Church. Anyway, there was a Unitarian reverend named Higginson, and one named Parker, and another one named Stearns, who happened to have a lead pipe company, and if you know what drinking water that's filtered through lead does to you. And then there was another man, Garrett Smith. His father, Garrett Smith's father, had been a co-worker with John Jacob Astor I, who was an Illuminati kingpin who we'll discuss later. Garrett Smith was a multimillionaire. And another one, a member, was Dr. Samuel Howe and Franklin Benjamin Sanborn. They reversed the name of Benjamin Franklin, who he is named after. These men were conspirators to run munitions and money to John Brown to carry out armed revolution. In fact, there were even somebody brought in who was a Jewish Freemason, Amschel Bondi, from Europe, who was a professional revolutionist who was active in several other revolutions that were started by the Masons later on. And he worked with John Brown to create an armed revolution. And what's interesting is that these men put on a front of being believers and pacifists, while at the same time were smuggling weapons. Now, the next person that I would like to talk about during that time period is Hiram Grant. Ulysses Grant's actual name was Hiram S. Grant. He was named after Hiram Abiff, the sun god of the Masons. His dad was a master mason who was leader of a lodge. And Ulysses Grant's father worked for John Brown's father until he quit working with him and went into business with E.A. Collins. Well, now I need to go back in history a little bit. I'm going to be talking to you about the top 13 Illuminati bloodlines, and the Collins bloodline is one of the top 13 Illuminati bloodlines. There's a man named Francis Collins who brought witchcraft over with the Puritans. When the Pilgrims and the Puritans came over, there was large groups of witches that came over that set up congregations that were called Presbyterian and Congregational churches, but these later developed into groups like Unitarian churches. But at the time, in the colonies in that area in New England, they almost had what you would call a theocracy, and the state supported the church. And so if you wanted your church to receive money from the state, you had to be a member of the state church. So these Unitarian churches, or these witchcraft churches, of course didn't, they called themselves Puritan or Congregational churches. Later, the Unitarians separated when it was no longer financially beneficial to them, and created the Unitarian denomination and started Yale and Harvard. And they also then later merged with the Universalist Church. Well, Hiram was a very lazy, unkempt boy of no promise. And so his father, being well connected, because by the way, I might mention that Hiram Grant's father was Jesse Root Grant, and you're familiar with the Root name, Elijah Root, those who study conspiracy. And Jesse Root Grant was of the Collins family. And being well connected, since Hiram showed no promise, they got him an appointment through their connections to West Point. When he got to West Point, they named him they gave him the name Ulysses after the Greek mythological character. Well, he came from the town of Georgetown, which barely had 1,000 people in that little village, and yet there were over 20 high-ranking generals within the Union Army that came out of that little town. There were 4 generals and 1 colonel in the Union Army before the Civil War started, and then they added to that 9 more generals from that little village alone. Had a lot of pull. The Grants later had a branch off of them. These bloodlines are like trees. They branch out in many different directions. The Grants later branched into the Wheelers, and my co-author on 2 of my books was someone who came out of the Illuminati, and she was under their mind control, and her father was a Wheeler. And her great uncle, in other words, this man here, General Earl Grant Wheeler, he was a descendant of Hiram Ulysses Grant. And you will not hear very much about Earl Wheeler, but Earl Wheeler was in charge of the U.S. forces during the Vietnam War. And underneath him, or working with him, was McNamara, who was also an Illuminati Satanist. But interestingly, the Vietnam War, which was created by the Illuminati to create a drug culture in the United States, had their man, Earl Wheeler, sitting there as the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and his brother, who was named Ulysses Grant Wheeler, his brother's son, Leo Wheeler, was on the west coast of the United States, helping bring in the drugs from Vietnam. Now, Ulysses Grant, he entered the U.S. Army when the Civil War started on April 23rd, 1861. And on August 7th, 1864, he was made Commander-in-Chief of the entire Union forces. And then that was antedated back to May 17th, 1864. So what we see here is Ulysses Grant going from buck private to Commander-in-Chief of the entire Union forces in 3 years. Now, one of the branches of the Collins family that branched out before the 19th century started was the Todd family. And guess who married a Todd? Abraham Lincoln. He married into the Todd Collins family. And his wife had seances in the White House. Well, let's discuss a little bit more about General Grant. General Grant later became President of the United States, and on his cabinet he had 8 Masons. And he also had a man named Columbus Delano, I think, as his Secretary of State. Delano was an ancient elite family that goes back to the black nobility in Venice. And Franklin Delano Roosevelt is a descendant of his. It's a very small world at the top. And the Lee family is one of the top 13 Illuminati families. And there was a man named the Bismarck of the East. He was the chief military man in Asia at the time that General Grant was president. His name was General Lee of the Lee Illuminati family, and he was best of friends with General Grant. And they visited each other. And Grant, of course, like so many of these Illuminati figures, he went to Egypt and visited the pyramids and to the island of Malta. And he also had Alfonso Taft who on his cabinet, and Alfonso Taft is the blood forefather of Clinton. Now let's discuss Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln's mother, Nancy Hanks, was visiting a town called Lincolnton, North Carolina. And there was a branch of the Rothschild family, which is also one of the top 13 Illuminati bloodlines. And their branch had been branched off as the Springsteins, and then they had shortened it, I think, probably to cover their lineages, to Springs. And you see Abraham Lincoln's half-brother there, Leroy Springs. The Springs, which were Rothschilds, impregnated Nancy Hanks. And she, out of the thin blue air, created the fictional person Thomas Lincoln. And if you go to some of these encyclopedias, they'll say, we know nothing about Thomas Lincoln. Well, there's a good reason. He was created out of thin air, and the world order has been trying to manufacture evidence that the man lived because they try to cover up the tracks of all of this. But the fact is that there never was a Thomas Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln was a Rothschild, and the Rothschilds or the Illuminati was aware of who he was. Abraham Lincoln became one of the leaders of the Rosicrucians. He was one of the Order of the Lily, and one of the 3 men that ran the Rosicrucians in the United States at the time. So when he talks in his speeches about God and these other things, if you ever get around some of these Rosicrucians in Quakertown, you'll see that they use all the terms that Christians use, but they have different meanings to them. And let's take a look at Lincoln. For his cabinet, you'll find a whole lot of nefarious characters on his cabinet too. He had Salmon Chase. If you've ever heard of Chase Manhattan that the Rockefellers are associated with, well, that was named after Salmon Chase, who was Secretary of Treasurer for Abraham Lincoln. Salmon Chase was instrumental while he was Secretary of the Treasury to bring in a graduated income tax, and he also created a national bank during Lincoln's administration, which later became a Federal Reserve. And just talking a little bit about how this all connects, you've heard of Shirley MacLaine. Well, she's of the Beatty family. Okay. Well, who was Lincoln's lawyer? When he was president, he had a lawyer who was named Bart Moore, and Bart Moore was of the Beatty Illuminati family. The cabinet of Abraham Lincoln was involved with a scam, involved with the Credit Mobilier, which ties back in with the Rothschilds and all these other people in Europe. Anyway, Lincoln's cabinet was caught in a scam where they were found to have cheated the taxpayers $23 million. Now, but our cabinets today are probably scamming worse. Lincoln had a secret liaison with King Leopold. And if you get into understanding the royalty in Europe, you'll find out that they're the 13th Illuminati bloodline. And he had twins. He had Ella and Emily, a pair of twins from the daughter of King Leopold. Now, as advisors to Grant, there was a man called Jonas Mills Bundy. And Jonas Mills Bundy was advisor to Grant, President Garfield, and Chester Arthur. Okay, well, who is Garfield? I mean, Garfield relates to all this too, because remember, we go back to John Brown and him being a Rosicrucian and everything. Well, Jonas Mills Bundy was of the Bundy Illuminati family, and he was these presidents' advisors, right? Well, Garfield was a descendant of a man named Hosea Ballou. Hosea Ballou was a high-ranking Freemason who went all throughout New England, and he should be a famous figure in American history because he did a lot, but you won't find him hardly anywhere. And you know, his presence is almost obliterated from history. But Hosea Ballou created the Universalist churches that were so active in New England. And one of the churches he set up, Joseph Smith Sr., who was Joseph Smith Jr.'s father, was a member of. Now, Joseph Smith Jr. started the Mormon Church. Joseph Smith Jr. came from a powerful occult family that belonged to a secret witchcraft fraternity, and in the town that they were in, they were called the Fraternity of Rodsmen. But anyway, as a cover, or as a front, they joined the Universalist Church. So you're beginning to see that there's all kinds of connections between these people. And then, of course, in the Bundy family, you see McGeorge Bundy becoming an advisor later on to Kennedy and Johnson. And you see Harvey Bundy, who was a Chief Supreme Justice, or no, Harvey Bundy was chief of the Manhattan Project to create the atom bomb. So there you see the Bondi Illuminati family coming into this. So here are some of the people from this time period. Louis Cass-Payzur, he was a very powerful man during the Civil War time, but he's been obliterated from history. The Merovingians dynasty is the 13th bloodline, the Holy Bloodline, and you can read about it in the book Holy Blood, Holy Grail. And they believe that they're descendants of Christ, and they're also descendants of Lucifer, who, as they would say, are brothers. And one of the Merovingians, who was a secret crown prince of France, came over to this country, and his descendant Louis Cass-Payzur then hired Leroy Springs' father, A.A. Springs. A.A. Springs, Louis Payzur hired Leroy Springs, and Leroy Springs' father, A.A. Springs, was the father of Abraham Lincoln. So that's how that all ties in. And you'll see more about the 13th bloodline, which happens to be in all of the royalty of Europe. All of the royalty in Europe are part of the Merovingian or the 13th Illuminati bloodline. I thought it was just kind of interesting, too. Grant's face and Earl Wheeler, General Earl Wheeler's face, almost identical noses and frowns. I mean, it just amazed me. It didn't come out very good on the overhead, but almost identical faces. Kind of humorous. Well, talking about one more thing before I get to humor. Okay, I just made this up to talk to you a little bit. I can't go into the background of these bloodlines. I don't have time, but I can just hit on a few highlights. The top 13 Illuminati bloodlines, which maybe I should just mention here real quickly for you. Astor, Bundy, Collins, DuPont, Freeman, Lee, Kennedy, Onassis, Rockefeller, Rothschild, Russell, and Van Dyne, and then the 13th family, which is your Holy Bloodline. Those are your top 13 Illuminati bloodlines, and right up there along with them, and included in my book, were the Reynolds family and the Krupp family. And so if we look at these families, we'll see that they keep power and wealth by dynastic intermarriage, they maintain as low a profile as possible, and they use fronts for legitimacy. And these are some examples, the Collins and some of the blood that's gotten into them, and the Rothschilds. The Rothschilds have kept track of their genealogy. It goes all the way back to Nimrod, their secret genealogies. Now my co-author on my books, Cisco Wheeler, her father, Leo Wheeler, gave her a book of the Collins genealogy. At the time, she was trying to lead the Illuminati, and she stuck it into a fireplace. But for people like myself, we'd like to reverse history and get a hold of it. Well, these people, they're into fun and games, and they created their game here, actual game. It's called Illuminati, and you get to do exactly what the Illuminati are doing in the world. The goal of the game is to take over and control the world. And they have all of these cards in the game that indicate the different things that you're to take over. And so I copied a few of the cards. Well, look at this. Morticians, mafia, fraternal orders, multinational oil companies, men in black, TV preachers, Hollywood, evil geniuses for a better tomorrow. These are the type of people that you have to take over to control the world. And wouldn't you know it, the Illuminati actually does. And if you're in the military, they have a lot of manuals. They have this manual for a handbook for chaplains, and if you get it, they tell you about religions that are recognized by the U.S. military. And there are a number of chapters devoted to different type of witchcraft groups. And one of these groups in there is the Church of Satan. which is recognized religion. In other words, if you're a priest in the Church of Satan, you're exempt in serving in the draft because you're a minister. Okay? In this book, this chaplain's book, it's interesting because they talk about the priests within the witchcraft, and they tell you in this book that there are 3 levels to in a witchcraft coven. I'm just saying that as documentation of the next thing that I'm going to show you, which is, that's how the Illuminati is organized, people. And there's a lot that can be said here. There's so many of these transparencies are like a week-long seminar, you know. But I don't have a week on each of them. I've tried to condense down here to show you how the original reconfiguration of the mystery religions in 1776 had 13 lifetime positions in the Illuminati, but that was too weldy. It's too difficult to go through 13 positions. So they reconfigured it around the Civil War time, and you've got 2 levels, and three components really that I should talk about. Isn't this very similar to the earlier pyramid that we showed? Remember? Where we had the broad masses and a clergy class and then secret ruling bodies? Very similar? Right? Yeah. The anarchy level. If you want to read about the anarchy level, I've got a book, Ezekiel 6:3, where I list hundreds and hundreds of witchcraft organizations and their addresses. I give hundreds of ritual sites all over the United States and Great Britain, and you can really bone up on it. And then I have a complete list of all the Illuminati standard rituals and a list of occult rituals, which every day of the year has something that could be celebrated by these people. So there's always an excuse to have some kind of witchcraft ceremony. They reconfigured things so that you've got an anarchy level and a hierarchy level. It's very good because the anarchy level is very confusing. The anarchy level are all these covens out there that have individual unique practices. None of them look related. So you enter witchcraft as a novice witch, and you become a craft practicing witch, 2nd degree, and then you become a master witch, which is identical to Freemasonry, the first 3 degrees, right? In fact, Freemasonry's rituals and witchcraft rituals are identical, except that Freemasons leave their clothes on. Then, if you're one of the people that are selected to become a hierarchy member, and I won't go through the process, their criteria, but if you are initiated into the hierarchy level, if you're in the women's, you'll become a Sisters of Light, and then as a teenager you'll be inducted into the Mothers of Darkness, and then from there you'll become a grandmother. And then beyond that, there's special positions. Now, what's very confusing when you're dealing with people that come out of the Illuminati is that the Mafia and the Illuminati bloodlines each family has their own self-governing bodies. So within positions of power that they held. Above the standard 6 lifetime positions, you have your special committees. You've got your Council of 3, your Council of 5, Council of 7, Council of 9, Council of 13 or your Grand Druid Council. You've got your Committee of 300, your Committee of 500. They made a decision to go with 500 multinational corporations. Your Fortune 500 companies are equivalent to your Committee of 500. When I was trying to see how this related to your different orders that the Illuminati has set up, I watched the lives of some of these people, and although because they themselves, are keeping the secret, I couldn't come up to someone in the Order of Skull and Bones and ask them how it works. So I just studied their life and figured it out that way. And as I watched, I saw them go through basically about the same pattern as the system here, which first you'd be tapped to become a candidate in something like the Order of the Skull and Bones, which George Bush, by the way, is a member, as you know. And then your first position there is a knight. And then very soon, after your first year, you become a patriarch. And then from there you go into the leadership. Or if you watch some of these men, as they progress in life, see what I did was I said, well, I can't figure out what the levels are from looking outside in, but I can see chronologically how they advance. And chronologically, somebody's going to go up the ladder, right? You don't go down the ladder, you go up. So you just look chronologically at how these men are moving up, and you'll see that they'll join like the Council of Foreign Relations or the Royal Institute of International Affairs, and then from there they'll go to roundtable groups, and from there they'll go to the Pilgrim Society. Pilgrim Society is very seldom mentioned by conspiracy theorists. It's far more powerful than the Council of Foreign Relations. And this is showing you some of the other relationships with some of these other things. The Illuminati itself, they are what's called Gnostics. They believe in a Babylonian dualism, but under their structure, or incorporated into their structure, is the Satanic Brotherhood. And within the Brotherhood, you'll find a three-tiered thing again. You got your Black Brotherhood, the Red Brotherhood, and as you go up, your Great White Brotherhood. I've shown you the steps there for the OTO. There's the Illuminati works through a lot of organizations, and when you understand the mind control later on, you'll understand better. There's so much to tell you, and it's so hard to explain because it has to be explained in steps. But later, I may be able to explain to you how somebody in the Illuminati can operate at all of these different levels. And this you have in your handout, so I won't even explain it, but it gives you a little bit of the history of how the mystery religions have reconfigured themselves. And this is a very important scripture. And upon her head was written, Mystery Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. Babylon the Great is fallen, has become the habitation of devils, and the hold of every foul spirit, for all nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her fornication, and the kings of the earth have committed fornication with her. And the merchants of the earth are waxed rich through the abundance of her delicacies. Her sins have reached unto heaven, for no man buyeth their merchandise anymore, precious woods, ointments, slaves, and the souls of men. I know that the writer of this, the prophet, bounces back from second to third person as he writes this passage in Revelations 18, but I think you get the meaning here. And then he goes, Rejoice over her, prophets, for God hath avenged you on her. And the light of a candle shall shine no more at all in thee, for by thy sorceries were all nations deceived, and in her was found the blood of the prophets and of saints and of all that were slain upon the earth. Ladies and gentlemen, the most popular Protestant interpretation of this verse is that this is referring to the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church was not even in existence when most of the prophets in the Bible were slain. This is referring to the mystery religions of Babylon, not the Catholic Church. Okay? The Catholic Church is a daughter. See, what are we talking about? We're talking about the mother of all harlots. And all nations. So anybody who tries to tell you that this is a Jewish conspiracy or that this is, whatever they've got in mind, it's all-encompassing. It defies labels. About the best label I can find for it is satanic. In fact, this year we have in the Scottish Rites book, the Scottish Rite Journal, here the author tells us, and the double eagle is one of the logos of Freemasonry. He says in this article, the Southern jurisdiction's double-headed eagle logo is just one variation of this powerful image which dates back to 3000 BC, and then as is enlarged here, as stated in Coyle's Masonic Encyclopedia and concurred by Mackey's Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, the double-headed eagle symbol first appeared about 3000 BC in the brickwork of Lagash, a city in Sumer in southern Babylonia, between the Tigris and Euphrates River and near the modern city of Shatra in Iraq. Lagash was an ancient center of art, literature, military, and political power. And then these are just a few. There's many, many more countries around the world that have taken the double-headed eagle as their logo. We're talking about Babylon the Great. Now remember I talked to you about Nimrod being in the Rothschild's genealogy? Well, what Nimrod did was, remember we had Gnosticism come in. You can be saved by knowledge, and then they realized, but knowledge is power. So we can start getting ourselves a secret power base here. Well, then along came Nimrod, and his great innovation is let's make this church organized and let's unify it, because Nimrod was a great warrior. Let's take this church, organized religion, and match it to state power. And by combining state power with a religion, like you saw the Catholic Church during the Middle Ages, you have something very powerful. That is Nimrod's Babylonian system. And throughout the world, you'll see, like here, Colombia, Turkey, Bolivia, Chile, Honduras, Italy, El Salvador, Scotland, Philippines, Israel, Paraguay, Germany, Mexico, France. They all have the double-headed eagle as their logo. And there's others too, like Canada. This I just threw up here to show you that in my writings, like in my Be Wise as Serpents books, I try to untangle the confusion that's out there. There are so many of these groups with similar names. You talk about the Knights of Malta. There's all kinds of groups with the name Knights of Malta. And then the Knights of Malta go by several different names, which some of these other groups also go by. So nobody who's out there that's exposing this world system, this conspiracy, has really untangled this for people. And there's a lot of confusion going on out there. And so in order to help people, I've done some of that, taken the trouble to try to unscramble it for people. This comes from the Talmud, and this was the foreword to the Talmud. And it says, when we come to the Babylonian Gemara, which is the Talmud, we are dealing with what most people understand when they speak or write of the Talmud. Its birthplace, Babylonia, was an autonomous Jewish center for a longer period than any other land, namely from soon after 586 before the Christian era to the year 1940 after the Christian era, 1626 years. So that was a Jewish center there in Iraq for all those years down through modern history. And over here it says a reliable English translation of the whole Babylonian Talmud has long been looked forward to by scholars. All the censored passages reappear in the text or the notes. You see, when the Jews were in the Babylonian captivity, the mystery religions created a daughter organization of priesthood, which were called the Pharisees. It was a mystery religion, and they had a front, and they had the esoteric front, which looked good, and then they practiced their satanic rituals in secret, and that came from Babylon. And of course, they, like the Illuminati, they had wanted to keep their tradition secret for years, but they finally had to write it down. But there were a lot of passages that were censored out of the text that the public was allowed to see. And what this is commenting on is finally they're coming up with a translation that's going to give more of what the full Talmudic text says. This is the Jewish Encyclopedia. The belief in the magic power of the letters of the Tetragrammaton and other names of the deity seems to have originated in Chaldea, same area of Babylon. Chaldean magic, whenever then the Thurgic goes under the name Sefer or Kabbalah Zephyrah, induced Babylonian rabbis of the 4th century to create a calf by magic. And here it says Gnosticism was Jewish in character long before it became Christian. And the whole dualistic system of good and evil powers, which goes back to Zoroastrianism and ultimately to Old Chaldea, can be traced through the Gnosticism having influenced the cosmology of the ancient Kabbalah before it reached the medieval one. And it says the Klepet, the medieval Kabbalah, are found in the old Babylonian incantations. So the Kabbalah is based on Babylonian magic. The secrets of the Thurgic Kabbalah are not lightly divulged. See, that's esoteric knowledge. It's hidden. You're only given the knowledge of the Kabbalah and the Zohar and so forth in increments. The whole system of conjuration of angels and demons by which the evil spirits were exorcised, even the magic sign or seal of King Solomon, known to the medieval Jews as the Shield of David, has been resurrected. And what this is telling us here is that with the destruction of the temple, this is from Jewish Encyclopedia, the Sadducees disappeared altogether, leaving the regulation of all Jewish affairs in the hands of the Pharisees. When the temple was destroyed, the group that took over Jewish life from then up till now has been the Pharisees. And the next paragraph bears that out. Henceforth, Jewish life was regulated by the teachings of the Pharisees, which were a branch of the mystery religions. The whole history of Judaism was reconstructed from the Pharisaic point of view, and a new aspect was given to the Sanhedrin of the past. A new chain of traditions supplanted the older priestly tradition. Pharisaism shaped the character of Judaism and the life and thought of the Jew for all the future. So from that time until today, the Pharisees, known as the rabbis, have been in control. And that doesn't mean that all rabbis are evil. It's just like we go back to the tree of a tree that was in the garden of good, the tree of good and evil. Some of the fruit on that tree is good, and you'll find some rabbis trying to do good, and they will say, "Yeah, they know. If you can get them to talk, they'll tell you about the rabbis that they know personally who are Satanists and into black magic and using the Kabbalah for evil." This is just saying that the Talmud, which is the teachings of the Pharisees, which was codified several hundred years after Jesus, ranks in significance above the Torah, And the Torah are the first books of the Bible. Which if you're in a synagogue, you'll see that they keep the Torah housed. And this is from the Jerusalem Post International Edition. This was a Jewish magazine that was intended to go throughout the world. It's the International Edition. And this is written by a rabbi, and the title is The Chosen. He says, countering Maimonides, who was a Jewish rabbi, the great medieval sage Rabbi Yehuda Halevi claims that simply being born Jewish is in itself a segula, a sign of privilege and uniqueness. Rabbi Yehuda Halevi divides the world into 4 realms, from the inanimate to the vegetation to living creatures to human beings. But above everything, God created the Jewish people, His own nation, charged with a certain mission on earth. Therefore, each person born a Jew is endowed with a special inyan Elohai, where we get the word Elohim, God, godly element. God doesn't make their distinctiveness dependent on religious observance. In other words, if you're born Jewish, according to this rabbi, you're divine. And a sign that's very often seen. This comes from a Jewish magazine, and they're advertising amulets of protection for one's home or office. And you'll see over here the amulet, the hexagram, which the Rothschild family put outside of their home back in 17-something. During the 1700s, they had a red sign in front of their house with this amulet to protect their home. And from that sign, they got the name Rothschild, which means in German, red shield, or the red sign, the red hexagram amulet sign that they had in front of their house. Before that time, they were known as Bauer. And there are Bauers here in this country who are descendants of that Rothschild lineage. See, it was just Amschel Bauer that changed his name to Rothschild. These people are great at changing their names and hiding their lineages. I'll tell you, of all of the people that I have worked with that came out of the Illuminati, I so far haven't found one person whose last name matched the bloodline that they belong to. And if you know how many people are in power that have the last name, it really makes you wonder how prolific have these bloodlines been. You have to understand, if you're a multimillionaire and you can have 50 or 60 concubines out there having babies secretly and hiding all these lineages, you can have a lot of offspring. And they have the power to keep track of these genealogies. Again, going back to the Civil War, the Jesse James gang, you've heard of the James brothers. Well, the James were descendants of the Rothschilds. And Jesse James' father was a soldier in the Southern Army. He was the one who fired the first shot that started the Civil War at Fort Sumter. And Jesse James was a 33rd degree Freemason. And his father was in an occult organization that the Illuminati set up to create the Civil War, which was Order of the Golden Circle. See, it's a very small world at the top. I could go on and on. It gets kind of, when you're a researcher like me, your head begins to spin when you see people like Reagan and FDR being related in some way. Now, how is Reagan and FDR related? FDR's wife, help me out here, Eleanor, right? She was best friends. Her best friend was Ronald Reagan's mother. You wouldn't have known that there were any connection between a Republican president and a Democratic one, would you? I told you I was going to give you the keys to understanding how the satanic conspiracy is operated in secret worldwide. Remember, we've got a hidden front. We have a front religion. Satanism always operates through fronts. So what did they do? They had an esoteric or a common religion for the common people. And they can worship sticks and stones and whatever they want, you know, lizards or whatever they want to worship. And then the priesthood will worship something more intelligent, and then the people in the inner circle worship Satan. If you go all around the world, you'll see this is the key to uncovering satanic worship all around the world for all of history. The 5 interlocked concepts. All of these concepts are represented in the occult world around the world by snakes. The light bearer, gaining wisdom, the search for wisdom, sun worship, represented by snakes, the Kundalini force, and the regenerative principle, which is phallic worship. They're all represented by snakes, and they're all interchangeable for each other. If you go into certain Masonic rites, when they're talking about sex worship, they also believe that they're worshiping Lucifer when they're doing that. They're interchangeable. And I put this down here too because all around the world, in Babylon, ancient Babylon, in Switzerland, in India, in China, you'll see the caduceus used in the ancient world. That's a symbol for Gnostic dualism. Remember, the snake represents wisdom? Well, in the Illuminati, your good deeds must balance your bad deeds. So some of your greatest philanthropists are your greatest Satanists, because their good deeds must balance their bad deeds. Of course, their good deeds are usually self-fulfilling. One of the things that shocked me when I went in, and I had no axe to grind when I went in to understand how the world's run and who's in this conspiracy, I didn't care what I found. I just wanted to find the truth. I discovered that the Scottish element is just as strong as the Jewish element. It was rather shocking. And so I got this clan map of Scotland, and I highlighted some of the clans that you'll find members in the Illuminati. And here we've got the Mackenzies, who you'll find are very prominent in Freemasonry. And then you come over here and you'll find the Morgans and the Mackeys. Well, you've all heard of Morgan Guarantee Bank. And you come over here to the Sinclairs. The Sinclairs are Merovingians. They're of the top 13 Illuminati bloodline, and they were given a hereditary position to rule Freemasonry. And then you come down here, you got the Murrays and the Sutherlands, and they're very prominent in Freemasonry. And then here's the Mackenzies again, and the McDonalds. You'll find the McDonalds are a prominent Illuminati family, and you know, like Bilderbergers and people like that. And you come down here, more of the clan. You find the Shaws and the Grants, both Illuminati bloodlines. Douglases, Stewarts. Some of the Stewarts are in the Illuminati and good friends with the Rockefellers. Let's see, you've got the Clan Donald here. You've got the Kennedys down here. That's one of the top 13 Illuminati bloodlines. You've got the Campbells. The Campbells, another Illuminati Masonic thing. Cameron, that's one of the primary early programmers for the Illuminati was Ewan Cameron. He was Scottish, came over from Scotland. In fact, he would call his patients Lassie. And there's some others there. It's kind of hard to see, but you got the idea. That was a shocking thing for me to find out that the Scottish participation in this is so powerful. And I began to realize why they called it the Scottish Rite. And if you look at the Ku Klux Klan, it's based on Scottish Celtism. And it was created by several different Celtic secret societies, which I don't have time to go into. The Illuminati also helped them out. Now, a lot of people don't believe that there's such a thing as satanic ritual abuse, so I pulled this one out. It's in a museum. In the Illuminati, you're constantly having to make oaths to Satan, and you sign them in your own blood. This is a document, and it's in French, and the oath goes to Satan, to give you my body and soul, my life is holding it from you, having dedicated it forever without any will to repent. And this is one of the most secret buildings that the Illuminati has in the world. And I'm now going on tour to expose it. Happens to be in this little town of Muno, near the Belgium-French border. It's the Mother of Darkness Castle. Inside this castle, which has big doors, and you can't see it, this is just the entrance. This is just the gate, and then you go down a road to get to the castle. Okay. At the castle, you'll come to big doors, and once you go in it, there's a cathedral inside the castle, and then there's these big slate gray floor, and in the ceiling of the cathedral are 1,000 points of light. Now you know when Clinton says 1,000 points of light, or Bush, what he's referring to. It's this Mother of Darkness castle. Okay. Down in the basement, underneath the first floor, there's a secret floor that's down, which only special people are going to get down into it. Down there are rituals held every day. They bring in infants. Infants are pure and innocent. And every day they sacrifice a number of children, and they drain the blood from these children, and they write the history of how Satan's bringing in his New World Order on parchment down there. For those of you who have studied Holy Blood, Holy Grail, and know something about the Merovingians, you'll find out that one of the secret organizations that they created in the last century was named after this monastery here. The Priory of Zion was set up by the 13th bloodline to protect their bloodline, so that they can bring in their Antichrist, because they believe that they're descendants, blood descendants of Christ in the house of David. And one of their primary stomping grounds was this little area here. Just outside of Muno is this castle, Chateau Amorois or something. It means the Castle of Kings, which is kind of misleading because only mothers of darkness, only women go in there. Very seldom do men go into this castle. They do their Kabbalistic path workings there in this castle. They'll fly mothers of darkness from all over the world for high-level rituals there. But anyway, just about 4 miles away, the scale here is very small. So there's only 4 or 5 miles here between. This is Abbé d'Orval right here, and there was a King Dagobert the Fourth, who was killed. He was one of the last great Merovingians, and you'll see a skull in a little bit. And he was killed near here, in this area, hunting. And then the Merovingian dynasty, after he was killed, sort of went into hiding. The Catholic Church for a while tried to subvert it, and Dagobert the First has been eliminated. Am I getting it correct? Is it the third or the first or fourth? Anyway, what's interesting is if you look in the lineages of the kings, that number is left out in European history. And you know, as you get kings, you go 1, 2, 3, 4. So if the third one or the is missing, something wrong with history. But they tried to erase him out of history. The Catholic Church did, because the Catholic Church at that time was in competition with this Illuminati bloodline. This monastery here is where Peter the Hermit set out And the Merovingian dynasty created the Crusades because they were the house of David. They weren't real Christians. They were actually a witchcraft, Kabbalistic practicing lineage that wanted to regain possession of Jerusalem and the treasure in Jerusalem. And they sent out Peter the hermit from this monastery, and he was a dynamic monk who preached all over Europe and got the Crusades started. And if you're a Grand Master in the Illuminati or a Mother of Darkness, you'll do your Kabbalistic path workings of the 26 paths of your Kabbalistic tree of life and Satan's version of the tree of life. You'll go through your 13 paths of immortality, which imitate the disciples. And the final one is the Holy Grail, where you end up committing what's called vampirism, where you end up becoming addicted to blood because during the rituals, the people that are killed are in a high state of excitement, and there's a substance which is secreted into the blood which makes a person excited, like adrenaline. And when you drink blood of people that have been ritually killed, it gives you a high, and you become addicted to that high, which is why Al Gore carries a suitcase full of vials of blood. But anyway, if you're an Illuminati adept, you'll be trained in these various things. It's very eclectic. As Christians, we think of, this denomination, that denomination, and if I'm Baptist, I wouldn't go to a Presbyterian church or something. In the mystery religions, anything that's esoteric and magic, they learn. They want to know it all. So going back to the elements of the world system, and I told you I was going to show you some of how those elements are controlled, and those elements then in turn control the entire global system. The first real scientific political scientist, so to speak, the father of political science, Machiavelli, who wrote The Prince in circa 1515. And just read a couple of these to give you an idea. And as people who have been to West Point probably, I'm probably at his time when he was at West Point, they did the same thing. This was required reading for us. Sample of Machiavellian advice to political rulers. Rulers should defend powerful neighbor countries and weaken the stronger neighbor countries. By setting up protectorates and weakening the strong, a successful divide and conquer strategy is achieved. A ruler must not mind incurring the charge of cruelty for the purpose of keeping his subjects united and faithful, for except for a few exceptions, he will be more merciful than those who, for excess of tenderness, allow disorders to arise which injure the whole community. Men have less scruples in offending one who makes himself loved than one who makes himself feared. Love is broken whenever it serves selfish men's purposes, but fear is maintained by a dread of punishment which never fails. Still, a ruler should make himself feared in such a way that if he does not gain love, then he at any rate avoids hatred. So the Satan inspired, when you read The Prince, I can see nothing but Satan inspiring the work as to how to create political science in order to scientifically control the world. Oop, long stack. And so, here's how they do it. In the United States, here's the political process. And this was in my Be Wise as Serpents book, but I found that it was rather unintelligible unless I took the time to sit down and really explain it. And again, we can only go through this very briefly. But the way it would work is at your high level, within the Illuminati and within various groups, we've got decisions that are made. Those decisions are transmitted down to the national level. Okay, on the national level, we've got a group called MJ12, and they're Majesty 12, Majestic 12, The code that's stamped on their paperwork is MAGIC, M-A-G-I-C. It's got a double meaning there, doesn't it? And this goes back to Plato. Plato, who's a very important person in the occult world, said that countries should be ruled by these wise men. And Sir Francis Bacon, and I love to spend all the time to explain how this all fits together, but I don't have the time. But Sir Francis Bacon, who wrote The New Atlantis, Sir Francis Bacon was very instrumental in this country being settled. And his actual book was called something about the Rosicrucians, but the title got changed to The New Atlantis. He discusses in there about how these wise men are to rule. It's Plato's idea, just rewritten. And then the Illuminati's updated it to what we call the study group, or the MJ-12. And MJ-12 originally had 3 groups of 6 men. It had 6 men from the Jason... it had 6 men, from the executive committee of the Jason Society. It had 6 men from the executive committee of the Jason Group, and then it had men in key positions in the government, such as head of CIA, National Security Council, FBI director, and then it had a head over it. So it had 666 and a head over it. In Reagan's administration, I think it was that they upgraded the group to 40. But this group has gone under a whole long list of code names. I list some of them in my Be Wise as Serpents book, which, by the way, isn't back there. It's out of print. PL40 is one of the code names of this group. They've tried to look like a leaderless group. They've tried to look like a group that's not even a group, that just suddenly, a group of elite guys happen to meet at the golf club and talk, But this is the wise men. It's the wise men concept that the occult world talks about. But they can't make all the decisions. A group of 12 men or 40 men can't make all the decisions. There's too many decisions. So they pass it down to the level 2 decision makers, which are the policy planning groups. Policy planning groups include the Council of Foreign Relations, Trilateral Commission, Brookings Institute, the Business Roundtable, the American Enterprise Institute, the Population Council, Resources for the Future, Urban Institute. These people make decisions. Okay, but they can't make all the decisions still. There's still more decisions. So there's intermediate group. They pass some of the decision making on down to the research policy planning groups. And I've just listed a few of those. The RAND Corporation, the Stanford Research Institute, and the Hudson Institute. So let's say the Stanford Research Institute has been given a problem. They formulate an answer. They pass it on to the Council of Foreign Relations. If you look at the way it works, Council of Foreign Relations almost always rubber stamps the decision. But it has to be rubber stamped before the Illuminati act on it. Okay? How does this work? Okay, the decision is made here, and then it's transmitted to the decision makers. Okay, but they want us to ask them for what they want to do. It's a big, long process. They don't just do it. Okay, so what they'll do is the President of the United States will say, or some other leader on some administrative council or something, they'll say, we have a problem. We need to get answers. We're going to create this research project or this research group to research this project. So then this group starts with all kinds of millions of dollars of funding, and they research for 10 years, and they come up with piles of research that researchers even like myself aren't going to wade through with their final conclusion, which, by the way, happens to be what the decision was made years before anyway. So then the newspapers, which are controlled by them, these are your opinion makers, who intelligence agencies, national news media, and government councils, they'll start broadcasting what this decision was. These people studied this problem, and this is the best advice. This is the answer. So, and then they'll even get a few of their people, their lackeys, that make it look like the grassroots are in favor of this. So the newspapers are promoting it, few people in the grassroots are promoting it, and they pass the legislation and it becomes law. And if people don't want to go along with the plan, they always have their covert enforcers. They have all kinds of people in all different kinds of locations to pull the strings, that if there's rough edges, they smooth it out. And this is behind the scenes. The Illuminati have their area boards set up all over the country. They set up, they divided the country into 10 area boards, which are approximately 13 state area per area board. Or I take that back. There are 4 areas of 13, and those areas then are broken up into area boards. Now, what is an area board? In this area, you will have the leaders of occult groups that are part of the, definitely directly part of the Illuminati system. They will be allowed to send representatives to the secret area board. There isn't a fixed number of people. And when they have their area board meetings, they will coordinate their activities of these different occult groups. This is why you looked over in Japan and you saw the Church of Scientology, I believe, that sent recruits over to that radical Japanese group that was doing all of the chemical bombings in the tunnels and everything. See, they swap members back and forth. If they need to shift members to a new group, they do it, you know. This is how they coordinate their activities on the occult area boards. So when they wanted to create federal regions, guess what model they used? They just created the federal regions in the approximate locations that their occult area boards were already operating in. Okay, that was the political side of things, which was the state or the order. And if we go in and look at the financial element in the world system, how is that controlled? This was a page, and they've tried to keep this very secret. This information is not out there in very many places. Wasn't out there, but fortunately we have it. They created fractional reserve banking, the Federal Reserve System, and the stockholders of the Federal Reserve System are listed here in this listing. And if you can see some of the names there, you'll see Morgan, Rockefeller, Pine, Reynolds, Warburg, all Illuminati families there, Hummel, and these people own the stock of the Federal Reserve. When the IRS collects our taxes, the first check that they write out is sent to the Federal Reserve to pay the Federal Reserve, which is a private corporation, for the use of their money. And that check is billions of dollars. It's a huge check. So I can't remember now the figure off the top of my head what it is we pay in interest for the privilege to use the Federal Reserve's money. This is just like Federal Express. Federal Express is not part of the government. It's owned by the Rothschilds. Again, this is another thing that I can't go into due to time, but want to show you just the basic concept that the Illuminati families, some of them are your leaders of your crime organizations, and then they network in with all your other organized crime. Remember, we talked about health and markets and things like this. This is some parts of the Illuminati control over the world's grains and food. Societe Generale, holding company that was set up by the elite They use a lot of holding companies. One of the ways that they discovered to keep your business coordinated, let's say you have 5 sons, you place each one of those sons into a different business, and then each of those businesses are controlled by a holding company. Nobody can even see that these 5 companies are interconnected because they don't know about the holding company. We've got management over here, see some of your leading families over here, and then I go into some of the important companies that like Archer Daniel Midland Company, your hide cartel, your grain cartel, and since Iowa beef, and then you've got your enforcement, your government enforcement groups like the USDA, which if you're not a company within the cartel, they can use the laws to destroy you. And then the manipulation, like the weather, which is, again, another vast subject. But this is maybe a poor representation of the way they're controlling weather. There's not a whole lot of proof here on a vast subject, but I just grabbed something real quickly. Zbigniew Brzezinski, who happens to be somebody who's one of the controllers of slaves within Monarch Project that we'll talk about later, he talks about how weather manipulation can be employed as a weapon in his book, Between Two Ages. There's another one of my charts. This is showing how healthcare is controlled. You've got your basically three different groups. You've got your patients and your public out here. And they're controlled because the resources that people have and your knowledge and the available care are all carefully controlled. And your doctors, they're controlled because their knowledge and training is very carefully controlled. And their resources are controlled. And their licensing and certification are controlled. I go into this in depth in an article, but this just sort of encapsulates what the article does, and then I'm just sort of encapsulating what this encapsulates. And then you've got the legal system controlled to enforce all of this, and you've even got some secret illegal groups out there to destroy doctors who don't conform to the medical monopoly. Very powerful. This is Illuminati control, Illuminati and mob control of Hollywood. You got your mafia and Illuminati councils. One of your main groups there for control was Music Corporation of America, which controlled the American film industry and had a monopoly. And they got a monopoly because they made a sweetheart deal with the unions. And under Ronald Reagan, he cut a deal with MCA, a secret sweetheart deal with the Screen Actors Guild. And the American Federation of Musicians, too, cut a special deal so that the non-Illuminati competition got cut out. And then I mentioned here, down here as an example, your Rat Pack, which are... you probably, if you followed Hollywood and actors, you've seen who the Rat Pack is: Dean Martin, Frank Sinatra, Sammy Davis Jr., Peter Lawford, and Joy Bishop. These are men that are connected with Satanism and the mob and mind control. And talking a little bit about how the Illuminati families tie in genetically with some of these, and just giving a little sampling here of some of the leadership of some of these companies. I mean, this could just go on and on. If you look at the leadership of some of these companies, some of these groups that are controlling Hollywood, you'll see the Illuminati presence there. Like 20th Century Fox Board of Directors was Illuminatus William Randolph Hearst Jr., and with a director, Malcolm McIntyre, who was also an Illuminati. Okay, there's your top bloodlines. This was Joseph Smith Jr. He was Joseph Smith Jr. and all of the leadership of the LDS Church in Salt Lake City and the RLDS Church have all been of one bloodline. In fact, their present leader, Gordon B. Hinckley, I believe is a Merovingian descendant through Nathaniel Hinckley. And that goes back to the Plantagenet family, who were Merovingians. Joseph Smith Jr., these were his magic amulets that he carried. This was a pouch that he had for his magic parchment. This was a serpent's cane, or a staff that he had, a ritual staff that Joseph Smith had. And this was his ritual athema that he had, and the ritual inscription on it. Joseph Smith Jr. created a high rite of Freemasonry, and he got some of the Freemasons upset in his area, and they murdered him. This is a seer stone, a magic seer stone that Joseph Smith Jr. had, and another pair of magic parchments that Joseph Smith used that were his, that were passed down generationally. And this is Brigham Young with his Masonic pin there. And these people are the Merovingian dynasty and the tribe of Dan. You'll find out that when the Mormons got started, they created a secret group called the Danites, which were assassins to keep their opponents, kill their opponents. And here's Dagobert's skull, and it's preserved in a convent. And this was St. Clair, who was at one time the leading Merovingian, or the head of the Priory of Zion, which in French is something like Peu de Zion. I don't speak French, so. There's Charles Taze Russell, who was a Knights Templar. Charles Taze Russell, who started the Watchtower Society of the Jehovah's Witnesses, ritually murdered by the Illuminati on Halloween, has his ashes protected below a pink granite pyramid made from the sacred enchanted rock mountain at a special, or at a sacred site 18 miles north of Fredericksburg, Texas. The pyramid is in a cemetery in what was Allegheny, Pennsylvania, now Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And he had the Knights Templar logo on his pyramid that his ashes are buried under. And talk about really wanting nobody to desecrate his remains. They used barbed wire as rebar in the concrete foundation. If you've ever poured concrete, you know what rebar is. Well, they used barbed wire for rebar to make sure nobody got through to his ashes. And the problem with Freemasonry isn't just with the Jehovah's Witnesses or the Mormons or their founders or some of the other groups, but in a lot of groups are tied back in, as this is a stained glass window showing the upside down pentagram. And this is in West Virginia. This is a Church of Christ, a couple Churches of Christ, with a strange form of a Masonic logo. This is some of the Astor Illuminati members, and I don't have time to go into the members of these families. I might just briefly comment on one. That's John Jacob Astor I. Came over from Germany. The Illuminati gave him a concession to operate drug smuggling. There had been fur trading going on in North America for several centuries. Remember, Columbus came in 1492 and people started trading furs with the Indians soon after that. Well, he came to the United States after the Revolutionary War. Within a matter of just a few years, he had a total monopoly over the entire fur trade in North America. How did he do that? This is a DuPont Illuminati, representing the DuPont Illuminati bloodline. You recently had one of them in the news, but for the sake of time, maybe I'll just make a little comment about them. The DuPonts have been part of the military establishment. They have produced the gunpowder for the United States since before the War of 1812. They have made millions of dollars every war that we've fought, and they are also major producers of chemicals. There isn't any day that you go through life where you don't use materials that aren't every day of your life you're touching materials that their companies have made. It's that extensive, their contributions to our lives. This is a Freeman Illuminati family. Gaylord Freeman, he was at one time the head of the Priory of Zion, the 13th Illuminati bloodline. He was an advisor to 2 presidents. And Roger A. Freeman was also advisor to 2 other Freemans. Also advisor to 2 other presidents. And then this is a picture of one of the Freemans that's in the Skull and Bones order, which is just one of the many groups that the Illuminati have set up in many of the college campuses as an entry point into the Illuminati. This is the Kennedy Illuminati bloodline. Kennedy, as so many of these occultists, made his pilgrimage to the Great Pyramid. And one of JFK's girlfriends was Jane Mansfield, who was a member of the Church of Satan. Another close friend of John F. Kennedy was Sammy Davis Jr., who ran with the Rat Pack, and he was also a member of the Church of Satan. There he is with Anton LaVey. And the first Kennedy in history was named Brian Boru. He was also had the name Brian Kennedy, and he was the ruler in Ireland, and from his royal seed came a lot of other aristocratic Kennedys throughout history. And I brought this in because I'm wanting to talk about Illuminati mind control, and I think you're seeing different alters here, different personalities here, as she was the first presidential model that they allowed in public. This is a little bit of the Onassis Illuminati bloodline. The Lee Illuminati bloodline, a very ancient aristocratic bloodline in China. Li Ka-shing is a billionaire in Hong Kong, has a television network that covers Asia, has a lot of holdings in Canada. Rockefeller Illuminati bloodline. And Winthrop there was reported to have the largest porn collection in all the world. He was gay and homosexual, and is one of the big money bags behind Clinton, besides Pamela Harriman. And this is, you can pronounce his name Guy de Rothschild or Guy de Rothschild, if you want a more French pronunciation, Guido. I believe that from working with high-level Illuminati people, that he is either the father of the Antichrist or the father of the Antichrist, John the Baptist. And this is one of his homes, his son David. And yes, he is alive today. These are just some odds and ends of the Illuminati. That's Hitler's grandmother. She was a maid in Vienna for the Rothschilds and was impregnated by them. Hitler's father was paid money to change his name from Schicklgruber to Hitler, which had an effect of hiding Hitler's lineage. Hitler was a Rothschild. And That's Marquis de Lafayette. Remember I talked to you about the Scottish connection. Scotland and France were buddies down through history, and Marquis de Lafayette came from an area in France known as Brittany, which is Celtic, and ties very closely in with the Scottish Jacobins and so forth. Russell Illuminati members. There's our much beloved president doing a hypnotic induction of slaves with the sign of Satan. And this is Bertrand Russell. The Russells were an aristocratic family in England. The Russells have been very prominent in helping set up a lot of religions and other groups. William Huntington Russell and Samuel Russell were involved with drug trades and setting up the Order of the Skull and Bones, which was created, by the way, at Yale, Yale being a Unitarian college that already had Illuminati secret societies at it before Yale came. Well, it's very hard for people to see that there's a conspiracy because everything's so broken down on our level into tiny pieces. So I thought if I went in reverse, it might help people see how all of these fragments connect into the whole. You've got different Illuminati goals that are set, and then those goals are broken down into further goals, and then they take all of their different groups throughout the world system and have them participate in different ways. So like, let's say the objective is Illuminati authority. Okay, A, know everything about people, Big Brother. So they've got 9 beast computers which are tracking all people. People are tracked from the cradle to the grave. The IRS, the Jesuits, and other people have a complete memberships of all types of churches on their computers. The LDS are compiling on computer the family histories of everyone alive. The Mormon Church has made it the primary duty of all Mormons to do genealogy work. And they have gone to every nation in the world, and even nations like Red China have allowed them to go in and photograph all of their records. And they have brought these records back, and you'll see where they keep them in a minute. And the task of assembling the backgrounds on everybody is so monumental that they're even secretly getting students in the public schools to participate in this work. Then you get your CIA, IRS, FBI, NSA records of all potential opponents to the New World Order. Got social security numbers and social insurance numbers to track all people. You've got banks and crediting keeping track of people. You know, when you're making a transaction on your ATM in a few seconds, it's recorded in the beast computer. And then you've got your 911 numbers. And they have detailed information on people in the 911 system. This is a good example to show you how different components work. The Grange, which is a fraternal organization for rural areas, it looks rather innocuous. It doesn't look very harmful, but you look at their logo and it's kind of interesting. It's the Illuminati all-seeing eye. And when the Illuminati wanted to keep track of people, what they did was they called on a favor, and of course the Grange was set up by Freemasons. That shouldn't surprise you. They're sort of the glue that hold this all together, the Freemasons. And the Grange was this good rural group, fraternal group, that did the legwork to get the 911 system brought in. Well, no one would see a conspiracy taking place with all these different little groups, and that may be the only thing that they used the Grange for quite a few years. What's strange about that? I mean, what's negative about that? In the 911 system, they can record anything and they do, about you. What you like for breakfast, what kind of clothes you wear. Anything can be put into the 911 system. There is no criteria on relevancy, anything. It's a nice way for Big Brother to accumulate on computer all that they would want. And then you've got them monitoring most mail opening operations, and most phone conversations are recorded. I say most there. That's an understatement. All electronic communication in this country is monitored. And that's why the National Security Agency. And that's a big subject in itself, but it came out in the 1960s that they were doing this in the paper, but they stick these little things in the back of the paper in little articles and then choose to ignore the significance of them for the rest of the years, and people forget about them. But during the Israeli-Arab War in 1967, to give you an example of the military capabilities of the world system, they had voice prints of every Israeli officer and every Arab officer too. And if you can imagine, when a war's going on, you've got all these people with walkie-talkies and radios and everything, and an American spy ship is off the coast of Israel, and it's picking up all of these thousands of signals, and it's just a spaghetti mix of signals. Their computers can take and unscramble all of these signals, tell where they come from, and because they have every officer's voice print, they can know via the computer who's talking. So they knew during the entire war where every Israeli and Arab unit was, because they knew the officers that went to those units, and if they got a transmission from such and such geographic site, they knew that that officer's unit was there. And you can trust me that they have people like myself, my voice print. This is where the Mormons store the genealogical records of the world. I wonder what else is down in this big thing. It's under a granite mountain that can survive any kind of nuclear holocaust imaginable. What else does the Illuminati have down there? These I'm just going to flash up real quickly. A couple more Illuminati objectives that I've broken down for people. These were in my Be Wise as Serpents book. Illuminati have had plans, and they have several organizations which may, in the end, I may discover are all the same thing. And they've printed a lot of these plans. So you've had these books coming out over the years that have revealed to us a lot of what they're going to do. And you go in and you read H.G. Wells' books like The Open Conspiracy and the New World Order, the World Order and the Modern Utopia, and he describes to a T a lot of the things that are happening. In fact, they made a movie of one of his books. He wrote a book, The Shape of Things to Come, and they made a movie of it, and it showed that in the future, the New World Order, and they call it the New World Order, bombed Iraq with fleets of sort of delta wing type planes. Well, what did we see during the Gulf War? Exactly what he predicted back in 1938, exactly to a T. And I'll show you in the movie somewhere when we get to it. I threw this in as a sample. You read through these people's stuff and it'll blow you away, because here in Manly P. Hall back in 1972, and then you go back and look at what Jefferson was writing. Thomas Jefferson was one of the Illuminati. And then you look at Clymer's Fundamental Laws back in 1916, and they're predicting NAFTA. Clymer was saying that the capstone would be placed on the Illuminati pyramid when Mexico, United States, and Canada peacefully merged. And they had to be peacefully merged because there was an occult significance to that. So by debriefing people that have been high up in the Illuminati and been in on planning sessions and heard things of what were going to happen. I knew the Bosnian conflict was going to happen. I knew they were going to blow up a federal building like in Tulsa. I knew a lot of these things. And here's a photograph off of that movie, The Shape of Things to Come, which was H.G. Wells' book. And guess what their logo was? It's the winged sun disk, which is an Egyptian magic symbol, which is used by Charles Taze Russell, who started the Watchtower Society, is used by the Theosophical Society, and is used by Aleister Crowley on his material, who is a Satanist. So winged sun disk, the satanic Egyptian hermetic symbol, will be the, according to H.G. Wells, the symbol of the New World Order. By the way, who was H.G. Wells? Well, he was leader of the Fabian Society, Fabian Socialism, and he is also a Freemason. In fact, one Masonic book says that he's one of their best prophets. And I don't have time to go into this either, but they've had their great minds thinking on how to set up this cover government so that the people feel like they're governing themselves when they'll be ruling from behind. And, you know, they'll set up the House of People and the House of Counselors and the House of Nations, and then they'll have these various groups, the World Judiciary, the World Executive, the Enforcement System, and 20 World a council of 5 World Ombudsmen. And then you'll have administrations and agencies to integrate your world government. And the people will be very happy that they will think that they're ruling themselves. Now we're coming to the most important topic. And everything I've said up to now pales in insignificance to what I have to tell you about now. And that's the Illuminati's mind control. And it was such a vast and important topic that spending an hour or 2 hours or 3 hours doesn't even begin to open up the subject. And so that's why I haven't spent all this time talking on it, is that I realized that it's just too vast. You've heard New Agers talk about a paradigm shift. When you understand the ramifications of the Illuminati's mind control, everything that you knew about human behavior and how you looked at people and rated them is obsolete. Okay? And it's taken me years for the impact of this mind control to be worked through me to where I can really appreciate, because I want to go into denial too sometimes about the ramifications. This is from the New York Times, and what this is talking about is back in September 2nd, 1977, Admiral Stansfield Turner, who was director of the CIA, went before a Senate committee that was investigating things, and he admitted, yes, the CIA has been conducting mind control on countless numbers of innocent victims, and it was being done without their consent. And he even explained some of how it was being done. Yes, hypnosis and drugs and electric shock. And he even talked some about how extensive it was. There was 80 important American institutions that were involved in this. 40 medical colleges, all these universities, yes, they were all cooperating with the CIA in its mind control. But even though he admitted this, one is a little of it came out then in the New York Times here, but about MKUltra. But they still did a good cover job, and the American people really didn't get the full ramification of what's going on. The public still doesn't know. They don't have a clue. And the Christian people don't either. And until people understand how they're doing this mind control, you're wasting your time to create an organization to fight the New World Order, because they'll be infiltrated. and Satan will take what you're doing for good and deflect it for evil. Here in one of the programmers, Dr. Lewis Jolly, he's called Jolly West. They're mentioning him here as one of the CIA's known programmers in this. Well, books have been coming out. I started exposing the Illuminati's mind control with trepidation back in 91. And in 92 I came out with a monograph on it. And then last year I came out with a book, which is a guidebook, an illustrated guidebook. And then this year I came out with a full-blown expose, which is volume 2. And it's the Illuminati formula used to create an undetectable, total mind-controlled slave. Why did I have such a long title? Because it is totally undetectable when it is functioning correctly, and it is total. It controls the person's entire mind and their body. It is a group package. The reason that this mind control is so powerful is because they have taken every possible type of mind control and combined it in an extremely sophisticated package. So if you listen to these CIA people, they'll sit there and they'll say, well, yeah, we tried doing this type of mind control, but it only worked in like 60% of the cases. And so we couldn't do it, we couldn't use it. We tried this, and behavior modification only works in a certain percentage, Well, what they're not telling you is if you take this method, which works 60% of the time, and this method, which works 60% of the time, and this method, which works 70% of the time, on down the line, and combine a sophisticated group package, you lock someone in totally. Now, one of the elements of this mind control is to create programmed multiple personalities. This person here is my co-author, and these are pictures taken within a short period of time. Here you're looking at one of her front altars, and this was an altar that was created to be what we would call like a madame. And this is one of the sexual altars that shows the abuse, a squinting eye. An altar is an alter personality. We'll explain that a little bit later. And then this is a very talented sexual alter. She likes this picture because it's got a mirror image. They use a lot of mirror images in the programming. And she was programmed to see herself as a cat. There's a lot of dehumanization done in the monarch programming. What they do is they work off of the principle that the mind is a supercomputer. You've heard that analogy made before. And just like what they had to do to make computers worthwhile, they had to learn how to section off memory so that it can't be touched. Like when you reboot your computer, it's being rebooted by memory that you can't touch. Well, the way to do that with the mind is amnesia walls. The Illuminati learned, the mystery religions learned centuries ago, that through trauma, the mind will protect itself from that trauma by building an amnesia wall around it. In war, it's called post-traumatic stress syndrome. And if you have a soldier that, like let's say his buddy is blown to bits right in front of him, he may totally black out that part of his if you put a timeline, well then that particular event in time has amnesia walls around it. Okay, so through the most horrendous traumas that they can imagine, because the worse the trauma, the better it works, right? The better the amnesia wall. So through a horrendous series of traumas, they shatter these people's minds up with amnesia walls, and then they know how to go in and find those little pieces of the mind, and then they build upon those pieces. They build whatever they want, because those little pieces of the mind don't know anything except what they're shown. They only hold the body when their hypnotic cue to pull them to the front is given, unless they're a front altar. So they will break a person's mind. A common Illuminati model might have like 10,000 personalities. A horrendous amount of torture. An unbelievable amount of torture their entire lives. And Ronald Reagan, who people think of as a good guy, he had his share of monarch slaves to service him. The type of things that they use monarch slaves for. He felt like, as President of the United States, it was below his dignity to get up and go to the restroom. He used a monarch slave as a urinal in the evenings. That's just giving you a little clue as as to the types of uses for these monarch slaves. They're not used for legitimate purposes. They're used for the most ghastly, nefarious things, and they can get the slave to do anything they want. Now, what's been going on hasn't been kept totally secret, but when people like myself started exposing it, they came back with a really vicious counterattack. It's the False Memory Syndrome Foundation, headquartered out of Philadelphia. I know these people. They're abusers themselves, pedophiles, and programmed people themselves. And they've got 40,000 lawsuits in this country against therapists for false memory. And what they did is they just infiltrated in slaves to each of these therapists that were trying to help people that had been abused by this mind control, and then initiated lawsuits that these therapists had planted false memories into them. So they may even, the way it's going, they may even take down the entire profession of psychiatry with it. Because if you know about psychoanalysis and things like this, if you take away from psychiatrists the ability to touch people's memories, you're going to sink the whole profession. But they're willing to do that to protect their mind control. I've been working with, and more as a friend than anything else, but to some degree working with the programming, with 24 victims of this mind control. I know I have met, I'd say, hundreds of, very many, too many for me to count, the victims of this type of mind control. And it's very sophisticated. I'm not going to go into yikes. I am not going to go into how it's done, but I just wanted to inform you of the ramifications of it so that you had an idea. Because when you go into a church, you can't use as a litmus test, is the minister preaching the Word of God? Unless you could follow them around 24 hours a day and you understood how hand gestures and stuff can be used for programming and stuff, you wouldn't know the other side. By having these multiple personalities, they're quite capable of creating a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde effect with people. And they like to create the best front they can for their slaves. And they also, another trick that they like to use is they use opposites. So this one guy who was this brilliant computer genius walks around in public, he's deaf and dumb. Nobody would suspect that at a certain time he clicks into his genius personality and helps them with computers, and then the rest of the time the public thinks he's this blooming idiot. So they like, and one of my favorite questions to ask people is, what is the most popular occupation for men in the Illuminati? Christian clergymen. That's the best front. Some of our most famous and beloved clergymen are multiples, have multiple personality. They like to create the best front. The best front for assassinations would, of course, be where? You're wanting to cover someone who's been programmed to be an assassin? The Amish, because everybody knows they're world famous as pacifists. fact, I was Amish for a number of years. I used to be Amish, drove horse and buggy. If they wanted to use an Amishman as an assassin, and he spent a lifetime of being programmed, and then they, through their cues and their triggers, they set off a program that's been pre-programmed into the person. These people are just like human computers. And the Amishman will leave his farm and travel for some ostensible reason. Maybe he's going to visit Freundschaft, that's relatives, in another state. And then while he's traveling, maybe he goes into a restroom. And in that restroom, a series of things click in his mind as he switches through various personalities in a systematic way. And he eventually switches into the correct altar that they want. And that altar carries out his assigned assassination task. Then, as programmed, switches back into his Amishman personality and goes to his relatives and then goes back home. And all he knows, all his front personalities know, is that he went on a trip to visit his relatives. And when he gets back, and these are called wet ops by them. Wet ops means blood's going to run, or black ops. And they got their own terminology and lingo for all of this. And when he gets back, at some point, there'll be a team that debriefs him. They'll have a programmer, and they'll have a lie detector, somebody running a lie detector and someone else. And they'll run them through 3 times to make sure they get the truth of what happened. And when they're satisfied they got the truth, they'll let this Amish boy go back to his Amish farm. So there's a lot going on. And I see it all around, and I know what's going on. And you really, if you're wanting to know, you need to get the Volume 2 book. Because there's just so much to tell you that I can't begin to do it. But one of the programming places, Bethesda, Maryland, the hospital there, this comes from it. This is showing brain scans of people that are multiples. And it's showing that somebody who pretends to be different personalities has a different brain than somebody who shifts from different personality to different personality. A person with multiple personality disorder has a different brain. It's actually physically different after all the traumas and amnesia walls and programming. This is me. This is a place of fine arts, Palace of Fine Arts in San Francisco, right next to the Presidio, which is used by the Illuminati for rituals. And I'm showing you one of the programming sites on the West Coast, the Presidio tree that was used for programming, Fort Point used for programming. You'll look at the 6th Army logo. It's a hexagram with the Satanic Anarchy A in it. If you understand some of the leadership in the 6th Army, Colonel Michael Aquino, who's the head of the Temple of Set, and about a dozen other high-ranking officers who were Satanists in the 6th Army. It's no wonder that their logo's a satanic hexagram, is it? Ever wondered why the Rockefellers' Texaco has a pentagram in a circle with the Ankh? These are some more pictures of... this was the church at the Presidio was used for Illuminati rituals. Alcatraz was used for rituals and programming. That's taken from the Presidio. That's mule barns in the Presidio, which were used for programming. Tavistock Clinic in England, another programming site. A couple of the programmers, Michael Aquino, who happens to be the son of Betty Ford, and his wife Lilith Sinclair. And if you look at where immigration is coming from, the top 6 countries, look, Soviet Union is 2nd, China 3rd, Vietnam 6th. These are all countries that are doing mind control programming. How many Spetsnaz agents have been infiltrated into this country? How many mind control people have come in? Oh boy, that's enough to blow my mind. And the surprise today, the surprise ending that I promised you, these are taken from American magazines, and you may have to do a double take. It's real easy to see it on the originals. It may not be quite so easy to see it on the transparencies. Reptilian eyes. Did I get that right? Yeah. All of these pictures out of American magazines, reptilian eyes. So like the lady who told all these stories in Arabia, you know, you'll have to invite me back for me to tell you more. Reptilian eyes. Can you see it? You see what I'm saying? Look up here. Look up here at there. Do you see how the eyes are reptilian? I've actually met some very respectable people who wouldn't tell me stories, like this one psychologist who's seen countless numbers of people in her life, who's actually seen people like this. Okay, thank you. And one last thing, you know, we're leaving, we're going our separate ways and everything, but I just want to let you know I'm still alive. I haven't gone off the face of the earth. If you want to write me, contact me, call me, you know, I'm there. So I wish you the best.
You want to take any questions, Fritz?
Yeah, questions. Now that I've wore you out.
Repeat the question too afterwards.
Okay.
How did they get the reptilian eyes?
She asked, how did they get reptilian eyes? I wasn't going to talk about this subject, but I don't have final answers on some of these things. I can give you tentative answers. One of the big programs that the Illuminati is carrying out is the creation of Nephilim. If we look in the scriptures, it says, as in the days of Noah, it would be like that today. In Noah's time, God wasn't being vengeful in destroying the earth. The earth was being corrupted genetically by fallen angels marrying with probably both animals and people. And in order to preserve life, God brought an end to the world. And today, there's a lot of genetic experiments and the Nephilim being created that are hybrids. And this is a very important part of what the Illuminati is doing. And my guess is this relates to that. You talk about your lineages like your Rothschilds, and they have been intermarrying with what the public calls aliens. And so that these people aren't human as we would know human. They've been pretty thoroughly demonized. If we go back in time, the chief advisor to Queen Elizabeth I, Sir John Dee, he was a Kabbalistic black magician. He had gone to the continent and learned from the top Jewish Kabbalists black magic, and he was the chief advisor in the British Empire, and he created Enochian magic and the Enochian language, which the Illuminati, which are hiding behind the Jehovah's Witness headquarters, they use Enochian rituals. That's what the power of the Enochian magic is. The watchtowers. That's why they call it the Watchtower Society. But anyway, yeah, they get a laugh when they say Watchtower Society because it's got a double meaning. Got sidetracked here. Sir John Dee conjured up demons or angels. okay, with his black magic. The beings that he conjured up, there were pictures drawn of them, and they look identical to what we call gray aliens. Okay, that tell you something? And then I visit with debriefing people that came out of high levels of the Illuminati, and these different types of aliens are participating in Illuminati rituals. I could go on. The bottom line is I have concluded that there are no good aliens. The aliens are demons, and we've got a mixture going on of demons and flesh and blood, and we've also got other genetic experiments. Yes?
You mentioned organized crime with Federal Express. Is there any kind of tie like that to UPS?
She says I mentioned organized crime with UPS. With Federal Express. Is there any connection with UPS? I think there was a little misunderstanding there. I was talking about the Federal Reserve is not a private company. And some people see Federal Express trucks and they think that they're government, it's a government mail service. And I was just mentioning that the Rothschilds own Federal Express. It's a private government. But they have the power. See, if an individual like me tried to start a company, Federal Express, using red, white, and blue on my trucks, the government would come in and say, no, that's ours. You're infringing on our territory. People are going to mistake this for something as the government, but the Rothschilds can do it and get away with it. As far as UPS and all of your big corporations tie in. And I didn't get into talking about the interlinking directorates and how it all ties in, but you're not going to see any big corporation that doesn't tie in with this. In fact, it would be kind of interesting sometime to have the time to explain to you how they have some formulas for taking over these. If you have a successful family business, okay, and let's go back to the Revolutionary War. There were 3 men that were instrumental, in my opinion, in the creation of this nation. Benjamin Franklin, he was a Satanist and the genius behind the American Revolution. And George Washington, who was just an everyday Mason, but he had a lot of character and was able to hold the Continental Army together over a 13-year war. A lot of suffering in that war that the American Army had to suffer, and he held them together. So he's responsible just because of the strength of character. But Benjamin Franklin had his hand in everything. I mean, the man was the mastermind behind so much. But there was a third man, and none of you, I bet, know him, Robert Morse. How many people here have heard of Robert Morse? One person, yeah. And he did probably as much as the other two. He was a financial genius. And he wheeled and dealed and managed to keep the Americans supplied. And only somebody with an incredible genius like his could have carried it off. But he wasn't part of the mystery religions. He wasn't a Freemason. So after the Revolutionary War, they took him down, and he ended up in prison. He ended up in debtor's prison. So if you look at what they did to him, what they do is they'll take family-owned businesses and they'll promise you the moon. They'll say, hey, you got this great business? We'll make it even better. We'll loan you all this money. And they'll get a person in over their head, and then wham, before you know it, they're running it. So they got some specific tactics that they use when they see anybody like Howard Hughes or Robert Morse, who's a genius, who's going to make it. They step in with their tried and true tactics. That's why I want to get out there and talk to people, because people started noticing that they just keep doing the same things over again, these tried and true tactics. Then maybe somebody might sidestep them for once.
Do you fear for your life?
No.
Just wondered.
Oh, I'm supposed to say the question over the mic. I was asked if I fear for my life. No. That's the short answer of it. That doesn't mean that there aren't people that wouldn't like to do me harm. Yes? Where's the hope? Did that get lost somewhere back there in the beginning? Oh boy. God can take all of this evil and turn it towards good. The scriptures say that all things work to good to those who love Him. And I get repeatedly traumatized. Satan traumatizes me and tries to hand me lies every day. But I know that if I keep loving the Lord, that everything's going to work out. And I believe that if you've ever watched a pair of fencers dueling, and if one of them gets a mark on his cheek, it becomes a badge, sort of like of honor. And I believe that the glory when we're in heaven is going to be retroactive, and all of these battles that we fought are going to be seen in glory. The glory is going to be retroactive. And I believe when I'm in heaven, I'm going to say I was always in heaven. Boy, I must have talked the questions out of you. That's just a quick overview, people.
Where do you see Ross Perot fitting in this picture of how he keeps coming in and out of the presidential election?
Just another one of their stooges. That's all. Everybody that's run for president in this century has been one of their... I say everybody. When I mean, I'm qualifying that not... I mean, there's some individuals out here that are not of major parties that are just, somebody who came out of a mental institution and announces, I'm running for president. But for every legitimate candidate this century has been one of theirs. You go back in my Be Wise as Serpents book, and I'll show you in some of the elections, you'll have 5 or 6 men running for president, and they'll all be Freemasons. Hey, tails they win, heads you lose. Bush, skull and bones. Illuminati order. Clinton, Illuminati bloodline goes back to, the people that set up. His bloodline goes back to the same people that set up the skull and bones. He's adopted, though. So he's not, the Clintons aren't his family, which is another thing that they oftentimes do. They love to adopt out and rearrange things. I could go on for hours probably telling you how they hide these lineages, just like they've tried to hide Adolf Hitler's and Abraham Lincoln's. Except it's kind of interesting. One of the Rothschilds is named Abraham Lincoln Rothschild. So sometimes it comes out anyway. Yeah, question?
Do you think we should still go and vote?
No. The question was, should we go and vote? Well, I'm not going to tell anybody what they do with their time. Your time is your own. I mean, that's God's gift to you, and you use it how you want. But in terms of what I know, the voting is rigged. Back when Bush and Clinton were running against each other, a friend of mine who connects in with all of this, he had a map back 6 months before the primaries that had all of the election statistics, the final election statistics. The map had all of the electoral college votes for the states as they would be determined, and then the popular vote down to a T. These weren't projections. They were the final figures. It was long before the primaries. And then I knew from my Illuminati sources that they wanted George Bush in as president again when he ran against Clinton. And then I made them, I guess you could say, the mistake of printing that in my newsletter that the Illuminati wanted Bush reelected, and that, of course, what they want, they'll get. But then I noticed in August that they changed their mind. And so then I wrote a little paragraph in my newsletter. They changed their mind, but nobody read my other paragraph. They just remembered the first thing that I'd said. So now there's a certain set of people out there that are convinced I'm a false prophet. So I tend to like to back away from talking about the Illuminati's plans because they do change them. But the voting's all rigged. And there's a good book, Vote Scam, by the Collier brothers. And I guess a lot of you probably read it already, so it's not even news anymore. Okay, question.
You said about the Oklahoma bombing, that this was all planned. Do you know of any, have you heard of anything else that might be planned?
Oh, anything else?
Yeah.
Well, in relationship to Atlanta, they wanted to test martial law being brought in on the American people in the Atlanta area. And so they were going to create several acts of terrorism so that they could bring in a localized or regionalized martial law in that area to see how the American people would respond. And so that's something that's happening recently. Now again, some of these predictions I have to be kind of careful talking about them to people because like back in 1992 I said that when the banking laws were going to change, there were going to be all these banks fold. Well, they did, but they didn't announce them on the radios. And you just saw banks changing names. And so again, people were telling me, well, Fritz, you're blah 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 blah. Well, fine. It's people don't have the eyes to see what's going on, and I don't like to be in the position of saying what's going to happen in the future because I believe that nothing's cast in stone. There's nothing that definitely says that in the year 2000 we're going to have the Antichrist. Henry Kissinger kind of backed that up. I was watching him one day and he said, we are going to have a new world order. We either have it in this generation or the next generation, but we will have one. But see, he was showing that they're at least beginning to think that, hey, maybe it isn't going to click. And see, Satan's double-binded. Talk about the hope again, okay? This is another aspect of the hope part of it. Satan is trying to imitate God by being omniscient and omnipotent, but he isn't. So he does that through technology and like to be the all-seeing eye. He has spy satellites in the sky and people on the ground that are spying and computers. So he's trying to use this vast array, this big mechanism in this world system to control everything so he seems godlike and all-powerful. Well, people like me are throwing sand in that equipment. It doesn't take a whole lot of sand in a piece of equipment to slow it down or bring it to a halt. He is double-binded, and the double bind that Satan's in is this. At some point, God's going to say, you can have it, Satan, run the world. Now, he's got to get all of his ducks and all of this intricate equipment lined up running smoothly and perfectly, or he's not going to run, the New World Order's not going to run for him. So he's double-binded, and he's not telling his minions, his slaves out there, how things aren't coming into line. And there's some pretty powerful people out there that are doing things on our behalf. I don't know if you heard about the Renegade Computer Group with the Cray computers. You did, good. Did you hear about, let's see, what was something, did you hear about the Freemen being freed? The Freemen got what they wanted. The Freemen, that they had this long standoff. They got what they wanted, which was a court that was not part of the corrupt American judicial system, but was set up common law venue. And they got that and got free. Got exactly what they wanted. About it, oh, the newspapers aren't going to tell you anything. The answer, I guess, is just there's some of us out there that are watching these things, and we fax and call each other back and forth. But like I say, if I make predictions on things, which I sometimes do, the news media a lot of times doesn't report them anyway. So the news media is not going to back me up on some of those. Yeah. Yeah, they love to use distractions.
Are the church burnings part of this too, and removing some of our civil liberties?
Are the church burnings part of this to remove our civil liberties? Definitely yes. There's part of it's just disinformation. I mean, there's a lot of churches being burned all the time, you know, from natural causes or whatever. They've got the ability to focus. Have you ever noticed when they focus in on airline disasters, all of a sudden all the airline disasters that happen are reported? And that part of it's that, and part of it's, I wonder about some of these youth that for no reason at all burn down a church. They may be children that are programmed. It's so easy to do that. But there was intended to be a period of anarchy because they want the people to beg for martial law. And the American people will ask them for what they want to give. And so I saw that aptly demonstrated the night of the bomb went off in Atlanta. I went to Plaid Pantry to get something cold to drink because it was warm out. And this was about midnight. And the gal there had just heard on the radio about the bomb, and she said, "Oh, this world is full of crazy nuts." I said, "Well, you know what's happening? The government's setting off these bombs so they can bring in stricter laws." And she said, "Oh, that's what we need. We need stricter laws." And I said, "You want to live under Nazism?" And it just went right by her. No comprehension. So it had, I saw, that was my test to see how the American people were responding. And yeah, give us martial law.
That subject was on the radio today on the talk show, was asking if they was wanting a martial law. And it was about 50-50.
About 50, she says about 50% of the people wanted martial law.
They wanted that extra protection,
They wanted the extra protection.
they think. Then another one come on, so we want our freedom.
Yes? Pardon me? Buchanan? Yeah, you're saying he's a Knights of Malta. Yeah, you're saying he's not a regular guy, he's one of them. Yeah, the National Council, what is that, NCC? That ultra-conservative Christian group that Buchanan's, the 5 people underneath him in his campaign are from the NCC, which is a National Christian Coalition. Yeah. It's controlled opposition. If you look at who they are and what they're doing, it's controlled opposition. The Illuminati sets up their own opposition. If you go back and look in World War II, there's a book put out by an intelligence operative who uses a pseudonym. His name's Nigel West. And it's on MI5, which is British intelligence. And he's got a whole chapter in there on double agents. Every German, I should say every Nazi German, you know, because Germany was Nazi, every German agent spying on Great Britain was a double agent for the British. Now what they did was, and part of it goes back to this mind control, they turned significant figures in German intelligence, and then anybody else who joined in German intelligence had to be turned. If they didn't turn, they were booted out. So over a few years, they ended up with the entire German intelligence organization being their double agents. Well, they've done the same thing against the New World Order. 95% of these people out there exposing the New World Order are double agents. I remember Pat Robertson writing his book, Illuminati. His dad was head of the Senate Committee on Banking. And you better know that these Illuminati bankers, a lot of them are Jewish and a lot of them are Freemasons. You know that touching their money is a real sore spot for them. And so they're going to have their person in that key position in the Senate. And that was the father of Pat Robertson. And Illuminati set him up in ministry. And then he comes out with this book, The New World Order, which he didn't even write, and I don't even think he read it. And if you look in that, in one chapter it says the Masons are part of this plot to bring in a New World Order, and then the next chapter it promotes George Bush's candidacy for president, and he's a 33rd degree Freemason. So,
Well, who's going to be our next president?
boy,
Doesn't matter.
yeah, that's true. Clinton's only hanging by a thread because they got the goods on him. And our side, the people that are taking these, 67 congressmen have had to resign because of these renegade intelligence operatives that are exposing them. And Clinton may be down the list. And Bob Dole, he's been receiving a lot of money. If financing up to now is any indication of who they want, you know, Bob Dole may have a chance. But again, he's another one of their flunkies. I've taken so much of your time. Thank you very much. Thanks. Should let you go now. Maybe you can have me back later.
Well, I will ask you, what are some of the most obvious signs of recognizable New Age person?
A New Age person. Well,
Is it the fetishes or the things they worship or?
New Age is a broad term, and New Age has just become our culture. So if they're a normal American today is pretty well steeped in New Ageism. New Age concepts use holistic health, witchcraft practices. You might see it's jewelry, you know, like Ankh. The way they talk, they want to protect nature, a radical environmentalism, the acceptance of anything and everything, especially, you know, minorities like gays and things like this.
Let me ask you one last thing. You think that they'll make the economy collapse right after the election?
The only thing I can say is you know, there's some pretty respectable people on their side of things that are saying that it's going to collapse soon. But I've been watching the economy since Carter administration, and I've been yo-yoed back and forth so many times that this was the final crash, you know, like Black Saturday, you know, and I thought, well, back, what was that, in 1987, yeah, exactly. I thought, well, this is it, it's going, you know, but it didn't. So right now I've just gotten to the point that when they want it to go, they'll let it. I'm surprised it's lasted this long.
Well, they'll have to bring in another war to bring it up.
It's ready to fall. There isn't a whole lot. You know,
Well, we know that there'll be anarchy on the earth, you know, before the one world order comes into place.
yeah,
They'll use that so they can come in and take over.
yeah.
I just got a feeling it'll be really soon. After the election, maybe a year or two down the road. I just want to take it.
So, got a high likelihood.
Yeah, I don't know whether we're going to go home or not.
It's been great.
Thank you.
Come on,
God
Jesus.
bless you.
Oh.
God
When
bless you
you
too.
were just speaking about Noah,
Yeah.
for that. God always turns me right to where He wants me.
Good.
As in the days
As
of
a,
old.
as a confirmation,
As
because He
soon as you
said,
said it, she flipped
when I
it.
return, the world will be as different to the things of God
Yeah.
as the people were in Noah's day.
Yeah.
So here's what He wants us to do. This is, I I fear neither God nor man, he said to himself. But this woman bothers me. I'm going to see that she gets justice, for she is wearing me out with her constant coming. Then the Lord said, if even an evil judge can be worn down like that, don't you think that God will surely give justice to his people who plead with him day and night?
Yeah.
Yes, he will answer them quickly, but the question is, when I, Messiah, return, how many will I find who have faith and are praying?
Yeah.
The truth is we have to be praying.
Yeah.
Okay, because remember, knowledge
Yeah.
puffs up, but love edifies.
Right.
And that's how God's going to judge us, is by
Right.
our prayers.
Yeah.
Okay? Through prayers.
Right.
And go into a prayer class.
Yeah.
And that's what's going to change the world.
Yeah.
And then
I
God
s-
will
and I-
judge us
and I-
accordingly.
I don't. Those of us who know just have to do what's right. It's not a matter of whether we're. The issue isn't whether we're going to win or lose. The matter is what's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Like they're saying,
Well, you'll know by the peace that you have with God, whatever. Like some of us are meant to be teachers, like some that have books, and we have our prophets, and you have to go where God wants you to go. If you don't go and do it, then you won't have no rest.
Yeah, that's
But
true.
then sometimes it'll work for only a season, and then it's like, God, what is it next you want from me? Sometimes he might just say, go enter his rest.
I probably should get myself together here because I've got to get home. Driving back to Portland tonight. So,
After all that talking, you're going to drive now.
yeah. Oh, cool. Oh, cool. Great.
Let me get on that mailing list.
When does your tour start?
In about 4 days
And how long will you be gone?
for half a night. It'll be one big city after
What do
another.
you think about that Scarlet and the Beast book?
Well,
We've browsed through it. We haven't read the whole thing.
I was disappointed.
Really?
It seemed to me like he had access to all this information and he just disregarded it. And he got this notion in his mind at some point that English Freemasonry and French Freemasonry are the two powers in the world,
I can't get
and
my
that
pen open.
they're fighting each other for control of the world. It's just not true. And you look at someone like Benjamin Franklin. Benjamin Franklin was the highest-ranking Freemason for the British Freemasonry in the colonies. He was also one of the major Freemasons in the French system. Now, where's this big war going on? The two groups, their leaders meet every year at the Alpina Lodge. It's all just a bunch of...
I wonder why he did that. Why he came up with
Because
that